Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Parallel Deku, back with another fanfiction. This is the second part of What If Deku Had Lightning Manipulation Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like. And subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Akatani crackled electricity up his right hand, eyes narrowing as a barrage of ice came racing towards him at breakneck speed. He jumped out of the way, the ice thundering past and slamming into the wall behind him. Rolling to a halt, Akatani was back on his feet in an instant. Leaping out of the way of another pillar of ice, he kick-started his electricity and took to the air. Todoroki did not hesitate. Stepping on the ground, he created and slid up a moving wave of ice straight towards his opponent. Akatani willed his electricity into a supercharged ball and fired it directly at Todoroki. The voltage stung against his chest, throwing him off the ramp. It was only by pulling up a pillar of ice behind that it stopped the dual quirk student from getting a concussion on the ground. Taking advantage of the momentary distraction, Akatani coalesced the electricity into another ball, this one pulsing all over. He fired it at the frozen wave, which upon contact with the frigid surface, blew apart with such immense force that the ice cracked and splintered apart, sending Todoroki tumbling to the ground. Undeterred, Todoroki slammed his hand on the concrete, a giant spike of ice bursting out and rising straight towards Akatani, who first dodged, then sent a charge of electricity down the spike in return. It managed to hit Todoroki's hand, momentarily paralyzing his arm. The exchange dragged on for several minutes. Todoroki would attempt to catch Akatani off guard with his ice, but the latter will dodge fire electricity back in retaliation, and vice versa. Just like the match between Kirishima and Tetsu, it was quickly becoming a stalemate with no clear advantage for either combatant. What's with this back and forth? Present Mike complained over the sound of battle. We need more action. Akatani thought to himself as he dodged another wall of ice. Todoroki isn't going to let up until the very last moment. I have to try to at least make my intentions a bit more clear. Swerving around a wave of icicles, Akatani fired two flashes of electricity at Todoroki's left side. Both hit, forcing the latter to stop his attack to grab the paralyzed area, pressing some ice onto it to shock off the numbness. Akatani shot another electric ball at him to throw him off. Todoroki grunted against the stinging pain, but showed no change in his demeanor. He continued to use his ice in sweeping, long-range attacks against Akatani, hoping to catch his airborne opponent off guard. Akatani clicked his tongue. It seemed that Todoroki still hadn't gotten the message. Fine, time to SW's tactics. Swooping down until he was barely a foot over the field, Akatani shot towards Todoroki. Swerving and dodging around the ice trying to intercept him, he was upon his opponent in seconds. Electricity crackled into a ball in his palm, and just when it seemed that he was about to collide with Todoroki, he swerved upwards, releasing the ball at close quarters on the latter's left side. The sting and numbness was stronger this time. Todoroki hissed, falling to his knees as his left side spasmed. Akatani did a somersault in the air, throwing another flash of electricity that hit the right, making Todoroki crumple to the floor as pain overtook his nerves. The purple-haired teen came to hover in front of his dual quirk opponent. As he slowly picked himself up from the ground, sensation returning to his body as he rose. Akatani noted that even though Todoroki was able to move now, his right side was quivering. It's not just my electricity, it's from his ice too. You're trembling, Todoroki-kun, Akatani stated almost tonelessly. You're beginning to overuse your ice, pushing your right side closer and closer towards the limit. And when you go over your limit, your body starts to shut down, unable to regulate the constant drops in temperature. Todoroki gritted his teeth. Akatani continued, you could end up hurting yourself, or worst case, die. Tell me, Todoroki-kun, why do you want to go to such extremes? When such a fate can be avoided by using the heat from your left side. He could see the flash of anger in his opponent's eyes. He'd hit a nerve, but he had no other choice. Look around, Todoroki-kun. Everyone our classmates, the other first years, they are all working their arses off to reach their dreams. Everyone has shed blood, sweat, and tears and string their quirks to the fullest potential just for the chance to become the greatest. And yet, There's you. Electricity crackled over his form, matching his rising emotions. You fight with only half of your full power, half the effort. Just what are you trying to play at, half-arsing your fight? Thinking that you can win with just your ice. You haven't even been able to stop me with your ice, and you're already faltering. Akatani's eyes began to glow. I don't know what is going through your thick skull right now, but it is time that you stop fooling around and come at me with everything you've got. Todoroki's anger tipped over the edge. I knew it. That old bastard bribed you to his rhetoric, didn't he? You are no different from that monster. He moved his hand out, shooting out a glacier of ice towards Akatani. However, the speed was much slower than before, brought upon by the first signs of frostbite hampering his movements. Akatani had already long dodged the incoming spire by the time it had reached his previous position. His anger is blinding him. He's not going to let go that easily. I need to take a more physical approach. Akatani touched down on the ground. Todoroki was charging towards him like an angry bull. The purple-haired teen broke into a run, putting himself in a collision course with his opponent. The distance rapidly shortened, and just when it seemed that they were about to hit, Akatani came to a skidding halt. Making use of his still-moving inertia, he swung a leg out, electricity crackling down the limb. He spun in a roundhouse kick, his boot punching into Todoroki's left side, sending him careening to the right. And Akatani has taken on an offensive stance. Will this give him the edge? Todoroki jumped back up despite the ache in his side. He sent a line of icicles straight towards Akatani, who used his electricity for a second to jump over the rushing ice. Pulling on his core again, Akatani disappeared in a flash of light and electricity, seemingly reforming behind Todoroki to throw him off with another well-aimed kick to his left side. Am I seeing things? Did Akatani just teleport? Growing irritated by the worsening ache, Todoroki released another wave of icicles, which exploded and threw Akatani back a few feet. The purple-haired teen retaliated by blasting a supercharged ball of electricity that upon contact made Todoroki fly backwards, coming to a stop only by producing a protective barrier of ice. But are you going to such extremes? Todoroki grunted as he struggled to stand. Akatani gazed hard at him, electricity dancing over his body, because you are being led astray by your foolishness. I already told you, stop half-farsing this battle, and fight me with everything you've got. Todoroki growled, I already told you, I will never use his power. I will win without his fire. A wave of ice hurtled towards Akatani. He dodged it, firing a wave of electricity that induced paralysis for a few seconds. Listen to yourself, Todoroki-kun. You are deluding yourself into a fantasy. Do you honestly think you can become the greatest with only half your power? Do you honestly think that you can become a hero with only half the work? Do you honestly think that you can free yourself from your father's shadow just by sheer pettiness? Quite frankly, the purple-haired teen regarded his opponent coldly. I think you're just FING around, and a complete, utter joke. For Todoroki, everything suddenly slowed down. His surroundings, the stadium, the spectators, midnight, present Mick's voice, completely vanished as Akatani's words echoed. Came the memories. He remembered his training with his father as a kid of age 5, where he was beaten black and blue and forced to the point of nausea. He remembered his mother intervening, begging for mercy, only to get beaten by that BSED himself right in front of his eyes. He remembered being held by his mother, tears flowing liberally down his face, screaming about not wanting to become the monster his father was. He remembered watching his older siblings playing in the courtyard, only to be dragged away by his father for more training. He remembered the fateful day his mother poured boiling water over his left side, and was taken away from him. He remembered screaming at his father for throwing his mother over the edge. Shut up. The air around him turned frigid, the sound of moisture freezing over. Ice began creeping over the ground from his right foot. Shut up. There was a bright flash of light, and the ground shook. Akatani merely closed his eyes as a tsunami of ice raced towards and overwhelmed him in a towering prison of freezing cold. The glacier rivaled the one used to defeat Zero several matches prior, rising and jutting high out of the stadium to the point that news helicopters covering the festival could clearly film it for display throughout the entire country. Todoroki took deep breaths, the adrenaline from his outburst rushing out of him, leaving his body slightly tilted. He lifted his head, gazing upon the colossal glacier in front of him, the climax of several hours of anger, hate, and cold-blooded determination to defy the monster watching in the stands. He released an icy breath. You don't know anything. You are just an outsider. You don't know the pain that BSTRD has done to me and the people I love. You don't know the evil he embodies. You don't know my right to deliver justice for those he destroyed. Nothing. Todoroki crumbled to one knee on the ground, energy spent. The entire stadium was silent, everyone waiting in tension for what was to happen next. Akatani f'd up, didn't he? Jiraiya remarked. I don't understand what he was doing. Yaoyorozu crossed her arms. He could have easily thrown Todoroki out of bounds, but he went and riled his opponent up. What is he trying to achieve? Kaminari stared at the glacier encasing his friend. He has a plan. Both girls turned to the blonde. I don't know what he is planning. But something big is gonna come from this. How do you know? Jiraiya asked with a raised eyebrow. It's Akatani. Kaminari turned to his classmate. Everything he does, there's always a reason. And this is no different. Like I said, I don't know exactly what he is planning, but I think we're about to find out. Both Jiraiya and Yaoyorozu stare at the blonde for another moment, before turning their attention back to the field. Midnight stepped down from the dais, and walked over to the glacier. So colossal, so thick it was, that she couldn't even see Akatani inside at all. Not even a silhouette or a shadow could be discerned from the refracting light and the sheer blue of the ice. She raised her cat o' nine tails. Akatani Mikumo is dash, cracked. The loud sound reverberated across the silent stadium, cutting Midnight off. A large fissure had fractured the ice, racing deep into the core. This was followed by another, and then another, and another. Midnight wisely backed away and hurried back up the dais. Todoroki shakily stood back up. The ground began to shake, as more cracks began tearing the glacier apart. The roar of ice splintering was almost deafening, made more so by the sound of electricity crackling wildly, long arcs dancing over the crumbling glacier. There were loud crashes as pieces of ice broke off from the main structure and collapsed to the ground, kicking up dust and flurries of snow. Beams of jade light was shooting out of the fissures in all directions, growing brighter and brighter. Until, in one split second, the glacier exploded. Once again, a blinding light enveloped the stadium, forcing everyone to duck away and shield their eyes. It took several seconds for the light to dim enough for anyone to see properly without permanently destroying their retinas. The air was glistening with tiny ice crystals that seemed to suspend for a moment, before raining down onto the field and the rest of the stadium in a appealing shower. Amidst the downpour, stood a figure completely surrounded by crackling bolts of electricity. His exposed skin was flushed from the frigid temperature, each breath he took coming out as a condensed cloud of mist. His Lichtenberg scars glowed with an unearthly jade. The figure slowly raised his head to line with his opponent. His eyelids lifted, exposing glowing jade irises that were aflame with pulsing energy. You're right, Todoroki-kun. I don't know anything. Holy sheets. Akatani just destroyed a glacier like it was nothing. Can literally anything stop him? The purple-haired teen took a step forward, his footstep crackling with electricity. I don't know your circumstances. How can I? I'm not you. Another step forward. The dual-core combatant made no move to attack. I don't know what you went through. I don't know what the pain of being abused, beaten down, and crushed by the one who is supposed to care and love you must feel like. I don't know your longing to right the wrong committed against you and your loved ones for over a decade. There is no way I can fully begin to comprehend the hell you went through to arrive at this point. Akatani came to a stop. Todoroki released another icy breath. His opponent looked so ethereal now, like a being not from this mortal world. His expression and tone was still the same blank coolness, but his eyes were burning with a fire that bore something he didn't dare believe existed in anyone who was aware of his tragic past. Understanding. Suddenly, it was as if everything around them didn't matter. The stadium, the spectators, midnight, was all gone. It was only him and Akatani. I don't know a lot of things about you, Todoroki-kun, the purple-haired teen continued, but if anything, there is one thing I know about you that is undeniable. Akatani stretched out a hand, pointing at his opponent's left side. That fire that you so vehemently rebel against, that which you associate with that monster who has destroyed everything that you loved, that you see as a symbol of evil that needs to be fought and vanquished, is not anyone's to own. It is yours, Todoroki-kun. The bicolored-haired teen flinched, breath hitching. The fire doesn't belong to your father. It belongs to you and only you. It is your power, Todoroki-kun, Akatani continued. You may have inherited it from that monster, but it is ultimately yours to wield. His pointed fingers slowly turned into an outstretched hand. Todoroki's heart began to ache. A single memory, buried so deep under years of pain and agony, began to resurface and play before his eyes. It was a quiet moment, spent between him and his mother while his father was away on hero duties. They were watching the news broadcast of All Might saving civilians from a villain attack. He remembered being transfixed to the screen, watching in awe as the #1 hero pulled survivors out of the rubble, declaring his famous catchphrase, "I am here," to the camera. His mother was by his side, idly running her fingers through his dual-color hair. You see that, he remembered her asking him, "You want to be a hero like All Might too, huh?" The younger him nodded, not taking his eyes off the screen. "I want to become like All Might when I grow up." He remembered the warmth in his mother's voice, her words eerily echoing what Akatani was telling him in the present. You are not a prisoner of your own BLD, Shudo/Todoroki-kun. You decide what you want to become. His breath hitched, emotions rising as tears began to trickle from his eyes. Little wisps of steam began seeping from the left side of his face, growing bigger and faster as the flow of tears rose into a flood. Sparks and embers joined the steam, his emotions rupturing and bursting forth in an explosion of liberation. And with one loud cry, fire erupted from his left side, rapidly expanding into a conflagration of apocalyptic proportions. Akatani retracted his outstretched hand to shield his eyes from the blistering light burning in front of him. The heat was intense, melting away any trace of ice that remained in an instant. Akatani could literally see the air around them become visible, pulsating wildly. Sweat was already beginning to trickle down his brows. But he didn't regret it, not for a second. He had achieved what he had striven to do the moment he stepped out into the field God knows how long ago. He had bulldozed through the walls Todoroki has built around himself, and dragged him out into the light. He felt a wave of satisfaction flow through his nerves. And for the first time in a very long time, he let a small smile grace his lips. Opposite him, Todoroki finally came into view amidst the roaring flames. His face was scrunched up with emotion, tears falling from his eyes but evaporating almost instantly by the soaring temperatures before they could drop far. Are you going? So far. He breathed out. Akatani's smile did not abate. Under the jaded coldness lies a child whose innocence prevails despite the hardships he has gone through. That child wants to become a hero, someone who saves others and puts a smile on everyone's faces. I am merely pulling that child out towards his dream, unhindered by the monsters holding him captive. Shakily, a smile etched itself over Todoroki's lips. You're insane, you know that. You're not the first to tell me that, Akatani shrugged, but that's what a true hero does, to do the insane and reckless to save others. Todoroki closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, Akatani could see the growing ferality in those dichromatic irises. You do know that electricity may be useless against fire. You might just lose. I know, Akatani nodded, but saving you is far more worth it than any victory. The purple-haired teen's eyes began glowing brightly, electricity coursing wildly over his form. Now, like I said before and I'll say it again, come at me with everything you've got. Todoroki's smile grew wider. Akatani. Thank you. Hellish fire rushed towards the crackling electricity. That's it, my man. Bring out the fire. Kaminari hooped. The rest of 1A were staring at the scene in shock. So Akatani was trying to get Todoroki to embrace his other side, Jairu realized. What a noble thing to do, Yaoyorozu added. Jairu turned to the right, and Kaminari isn't the only one excited about this. Several of her classmates followed her line of sight. Some distance away, Endeavor appeared to be losing his shite, in a good way it seemed. His facial fire was roaring wildly, and he was gripping the railing so strongly it seemed that he was going to tear it off the floor. Shoto, you've finally accepted yourself. With my power you will surpass them all. You will finally achieve my greatest goal. Those watching him sweat dropped. What's he going on about? Jairu wondered. Who knows, Yaoyorozu muttered. Back on the field, it was no holds barred. Akatani conjured an electric dome shield over himself to counter the incoming firm storm. As it roared past, the intense heat made the shield flicker, forcing Akatani to add more electricity to keep it whole. Finally, the fire stopped, allowing him to drop the shield. Not bad, Todoroki conceded. You are able to hold your own. But the question is, how much are you able to take on before you are defeated? Akatani smirked. Let's test that out, shall we? Todoroki outstretched his hand. A blast of fire raced for Akatani, who retaliated with a beam of electricity. Both collided, canceling the other out. Akatani then dashed towards his opponent, firing electric bolts at both sides to throw him off balance. Todoroki countered it with a pillar of ice and blast of fire. Immediately, the disparity between his two sides became apparent, the ice managing to block the first bolt, but the fire missed the second bolt and it struck Todoroki, paralyzing him momentarily. Akatani used the same pillar of ice to kick himself off the ground. Temporarily airborne, he pulled on his core and disappeared in a cloud of electricity. He then reformed behind a still reeling Todoroki, blasting him forwards with a beam of electricity. Tumbling and rolling several feet, the dual quirk student picked himself and faced his opponent again. Enough, time to end this. You're making me work, I'll give you that, Todoroki conceded, but I think we've played enough, prepare to lose. Akatani touched down, bring it. Todoroki slammed his right boot down. Ice sprouted up with enough force to shake the ground. It continued to rise towards the heavens, before arching over him like a tidal wave. Akatani meanwhile kickstarted his electric flight, hovering several feet in the air. He outstretched his hands up, and through sheer will, began to draw electricity from the stadium and static from the atmosphere. The sky and clouds began to distort, and across the stadium, light fixtures exploded. The exposed wiring had the electricity drained, hurtling towards Akatani in crackling bolts. What are they doing? Present Mike could be heard over the din, his voice distorted by the microphone circuits fluctuating. Akatani lowered his outstretched hands, letting the electricity channel into his core. A translucent sphere of light began to expand from within his torso, growing out until it completely enveloped him and continuing out by several feet. After it reached a sufficient circumference, Akatani dived towards the ground, plateauing at a height of 1 meter, and hurtled straight towards Todoroki. Todoroki continued growing the ice. As he raised his left hand, the first embers of fire igniting from his palm. Akatani continued to speed towards his opponent. He curled his hands together, creating a supercharged ball of electricity. He channeled the electrical energy into the ball, which began to pulse and vibrate. The more energy went in, the more unstable it became. The fire in Todoroki's palm burst into life. Akatani, now halfway across the field, continued to channel more energy into the ball, which appeared to become alive and danced around his hands. The distance closed, foot by foot. Todoroki was coming into close view already. Just a little more. His jade irises flashed over. But at the stands, Kaminari blanched. OF dash. Get down. Akatani unleashed the energy in the ball at once, which exploded and hurtled forwards in a blinding beam of light and electricity. At the same time, Todoroki's fire erupted into a conflagration, which flash-ignited the frigid air around him from the ice. A hurricane of wind collided with the beam head-on. There was a split second of silence. Boom. Like the largest man-made nuclear bomb going off, a massive explosion shook the entire stadium down to the foundations. A mushroom cloud of dust erupted into the air, just as a shockwave of typhoon proportions raced outwards at the speed of a tsunami in all directions. Those who heard Kaminari's warning and ducked down with him were pushed back against the concrete steps, but otherwise protected, while those who hadn't were thrown out of the seats and sent flying backwards as the rush of wind carried them off. Midnight was flung off the dais. Endeavor gripped the railing so hard against the roaring wind that it broke off under the strain, sending him tumbling backwards. Up in the commentator's box, Aizawa and Present Mike dropped to the floor as the shockwave shattered the windows in a shower of glass. In a matter of seconds it was over, and the dust began to fall. All across the stadium, people were groaning and coughing, picking themselves up and disentangling from one another as the dust shrouded everything. No one could see more than a few feet ahead, so confusion began setting in almost immediately. Kaminari and the rest of 1A joined the masses in rising to their feet, stunned by the sudden climatic escalation. What just happened? Uraraka could be heard over the chorus of voices. That was intense, Kirishima awed. Kaminari hurried to the railing, leaning over to look for any sign of Akatani. But with the dust still lingering, the fate of Akatani and Todoroki still remained a mystery. Up in the commentator's box, Present Mike quickly helped Aizawa to his feet. After a frantic checkover that made the mummified teacher threaten to cancel his quirk, the loud-voiced hero returned to the microphone. Well, despite our dear listener's unintentional attempt to demolish the stadium, we all managed to survive, I think. He glanced about the shrouded field furtively. Does anyone know what happened to them? No one knew, even when the dust began to settle and visibility started to return. Midnight pushed herself up from the ground and limped back onto the dais, which now sported visible cracks. For several moments, no one quite knew what to do. Until, in the thinning dust, movement was spotted. Could it be? Could it be? As the dust continued to settle, flashes of jade light permeated through. A dome of crackling electricity eventually came into view. In it Akatani, boots dug into the ground behind a short trench from being pushed back by the initial explosion. He canceled the electricity and crumpled to his knees, exhausted and breathing hard, but otherwise uninjured save for a few scrapes. The floor of the ring had come into view, cracked and full of debris. Eyes gazed at him in wonder, before sweeping over to the other side of the field. Todoroki had been thrown off and slammed against the metal doors that he had come out from, a fan of ice cushioning the blow and keeping him upright. Despite that, he was unconscious, head slumped forward. For Midnight, back on the dais after the explosion had died down, the results were clear. Todoroki Shuto is out of bounds. Akatani Mikumo advances to the next round. Amidst the applause and cheers from Kaminari, Akatani sighed in relief. Standing back up, he rose off the cracked and fissured ground, and rather sluggishly flew across the field. Touching down to the ground outside the ring, he sauntered over to his unconscious opponent. Gingerly stepping over the ice, he gently lifted Todoroki up into a bridle carry. Kickstarting his electricity again, Akatani flew back across the field, directly towards the metal doors that he had emerged from earlier. And to end this mind-blowing match is a show of sportsmanship that truly cements Akatani as a shining example of what a Hero Corps student should be, Present Mike said as the purple-haired teen disappeared into the darkness. Once inside the bowels of the stadium, Akatani came to a land on the floor. Despite feeling distinctly off-kilter, he managed a brisk walk towards the temporary infirmary. With one hand holding Todoroki up, he used the other to knock on the door, before letting himself in. The moment he was inside, he was greeted by an extremely exasperated recovery girl. You just had to dive headfirst into insanity, didn't you, Akatani? You couldn't have done things the normal way. The teen shrugged. You're the third person to tell me that, but I don't regret it. The youthful heroine sighed loudly. Just put him on the bed, and let me check you over as well. Don't think I didn't see how haphazard your flying was when you carried him. Akatani grunted. He stepped over to an empty bed and gently laid Todoroki down on it. He then approached Recovery Girl and sat down on the stool in front of her. She planted a kiss on his forehead, and as the effects of her quirk began to settle, he felt rather drowsy from the drain in energy. From a container, Recovery Girl fished out half a dozen gummies and dropped them into Akatani's palm. Eat them, she told him simply. You'll need whatever energy for your next match. Thanks, Recovery Girl. I think I won't disturb you now. Yes, the elderly hero sighed. My head is all white now. If anything, it will start regaining color again. Akatani almost chuckled at that. The only thing stopping him was knowing that he was the cause for that statement. He threw the gummies into his mouth, chewed and swallowed them at one go. He felt some energy return to his body, but he still felt sluggish overall. Perhaps draining electricity from the stadium will do him good. Bidding Recovery Girl farewell, Akatani departed from the infirmary. Trudging through the hallways, he returned to his class locker room. Going to his locker, he opened it and rummaged through his belongings for a bit. Pulling out an electric plug and a USB cable, he closed his locker and headed for the exit, mindful to step over the trail of purple liquid mixed with crimson that was leaking from a lower locker and spreading all over the floor. Now where can I find an outlet? Akatani had been traversing the corridors for a while now, and so far he had yet to find a single power outlet that he could exploit to recharge his electric reserves. It was kind of frustrating, since the stadium was a huge building, and a building should have power outlets lying around. He wondered if the author was just messing with him, or if they were somehow preparing him for another event that had a significant impact to the story he was currently in. Akatani turned round a corner, only to come face to chest with the number 2 hero, Endeavor. He would really like to curse the author for jinxing him. For the nth time, yes. What can I do for you, Endeavor? The flame hero started. What? Did you just call me? Isn't that your name? Endeavor. What's the matter with me calling you by something so fundamental? Akatani raised an eyebrow. The facial fire seemed to explode. Listen, boy. You may think you're quite clever, but I demand respect. I know I'm clever, Akatani interrupted. That's why I know you don't deserve a single ounce of respect from me, you flaming piece of rotten sewage. Endeavor looked ready to incinerate the smaller teen to ashes, but he visibly steeled himself, releasing one loud breath. Anyway, I've been looking for you. That doesn't sound reassuring. Akatani crossed his arms. And for the record, I am not into older, married men. Endeavor spluttered, before composing himself. Shuto is supposed to be my ultimate creation, to one day rise to the top and overthrow all might. Todoroki-kun already told me that, Akatani interrupted again, and honestly, I find it disgusting, living out your fantasies through your own child. Endeavor growled, continuing nonetheless. Shuto is supposed to be the ultimate weapon, but you disgraced him out in the field in front of the entire country. On the contrary, I didn't disgrace Todoroki-kun, Akatani refuted. I saved him, from you. That silenced the number 2 hero, allowing the teen to continue his scathing diatribe. Already your very appearance strikes terror in just about anyone unfortunate enough to cross paths with you, and by that I mean innocent bystanders. And that is before I go into your abhorrent attitude and personality that makes me wonder how you even got your license. Furthermore, I know every single skeleton hiding in your closet, courtesy of Todoroki-kun. How you abused your children and your wife, destroyed their lives, all for the sake of your effed-up pride over a FING title. As far as I know, you are no hero. You are the epitome, Akatani's eyes flashed, of what a villain is. Endeavor's facial fire exploded. You insolent brat. The teen's lightning-quick reflexes caught the fist before it could destroy his jaw, though that was also partly due to the older man's surprise. Somehow, I'm not surprised that you resorted to violence, even against a student who is merely speaking the truth. Speaks wonders about your lack of restraint. Akatani discharged some electricity into his hand, forcing Endeavor to pull his fist back from the paralyzing shock. It is individuals like you that tarnish the title of hero. You think that just because you have a powerful quirk, everything must bend to your will, irregardless of the innocent lives you destroyed in your wake. But you take advantage of society's selective blindness towards heroes and flashy quirks to hide your sins, and present a false image to the unsuspecting. I could go on and on about my thoughts about individuals like you, but frankly I'd be wasting my breath. But what I can say is, you cannot hide from karma, Endeavor. Your sins will come back for payment, and only heaven knows how much they will demand from you. I just want you to be aware, because unlike you, I actually have a moral compass." Akatani didn't bother with a parting bow, just pushing past the silent hero to continue his search for a power outlet. He stopped when Endeavor's voice reached his ears. "What do you know?" The tone was certainly mocking and full of arrogance. "You're just a heroic student." Akatani outwardly did not react, but something ruptured deep inside his cold, frozen heart. A darkness, full of vengeance and malice, spread in a miasmic cloud over his core and soul. He turned his back to gaze at the number 2 hero, Jade Iris's glowing and electric bolts crackling out from the pools of warning. "I may be just a student, but I'd still suggest you watch your back, Enduhor. Karma likes to bide its time for the best moment before it strikes." With that, Akatani turned away and continued down the hallway, leaving behind a silent Endeavor in his wake. "I swear to everything that is holy, if I can't find a power outlet in the next minute, I will short-circuit every single light fixture I encounter until I find one." If Akatani wanted to exaggerate, he'd say that he had already covered half the stadium, and he still had yet to find a single outlet. And with his confrontation with Endeavor using up more of his remaining energy, that threat to cause collateral damage was becoming increasingly likely. But the author decided to be merciful to their protagonist. Just as Akatani turned a corner and entered another inconspicuous corridor, his eyes zeroed in on a single power outlet, rather dusty from lack of use, but just what he needed. FNG finally. Sitting himself down beside the outlet, Akatani pushed in the plug and attached the wire. Sticking the other end into his mouth, he flipped the switch and began draining the electricity from the wiring. The corridor lights flickered, slowly at first but quickly gained speed as the circuit was disrupted. Akatani felt himself slowly become more energized, but he had to admit that it was a bit on the slow side, not like the quicker bursts from a power bank. He didn't know how much time he had until his next match, but he needed all the electricity he can hold and more to get through the next rounds. "There you are." Akatani looked up down the corridor. Kaminari ran up to him, out of breath. He released the USB cable from his mouth. "Oh hey, don't you oh hey me." Kaminari cried between breaths. "I've been looking for you left, right and center. In fact, the only reason I managed to locate you at all was by following the corridors that were in blackout or had their lights flickering madly." Akatani blinked. "Sorry. DMN right you should be." Kaminari huffed, sitting down next to his friend. "But anyway, enough from me. You were absolutely FING amazing down there, and that ending. A bit overkill, but still mind-blowing." Akatani shrugged. "Helping Todoroki-kun was my main objective, victory was secondary. And I'm really proud of you, you know that?" Kaminari smiled, bumping shoulders with the purple-haired teen. "You were a true hero out there." "Thanks, Kaminari." The blonde beamed, and the two friends lulled into a comfortable silence for a few moments. Akatani had put the wire back into his mouth and began draining the electricity again. The corridor lights began flickering wildly again. "So, recharging for your next match?" "Yep," Akatani nodded, releasing the cable. "Did I really send some areas of the stadium into blackout?" "Yeah, you did," Kaminari nodded. "To be honest, I thought I was in a horror movie when going through those parts. The flickering lights and being all alone didn't help matters." Akatani hummed, putting the cable back into his mouth. His arms snaked across his blonde friend's shoulders and pulled him close. Kaminari eeped at the sudden move at intimacy, but found himself unwilling to complain. They sat in silence amidst the flickering lights, until there was a popping sound and the corridor plunged into darkness. Akatani released the cable. The electricity stopped flowing. "Well, you did send this corridor into blackout," Kaminari replied. "I think you disrupted the circuit." His friend sighed. "Great. Now I have to find another outlet." "Had trouble finding this one." "Yes, I think the world is just really out to get me right now." Somewhere, the author snickered. Kaminari fell into thought. Something occurred to him. Thank goodness for the low visibility, for he wasn't sure if he wanted Akatani to see the blush rapidly spreading across his cheeks. He felt his stomach twinge with nervousness. But then again he was in love with the purple-haired Ice King. And he wouldn't shy away from any chance of having Shinsen's physical contact if it was given to him. So, maybe. Hey Akatani. I think I can help. Kaminari powered through inwardly, not letting his nerves stop him. I might be able to transfer my electricity to you. But I need physical contact to get it to work. Akatani blinked. Sure. But it feels wrong to exploit your electricity. And how's that different from exploiting the electricity from the stadium? Kaminari retorted with a smug look. Well, I care for you deeply. I don't have feelings for a building. And there goes the Cupid's arrow through the blonde's heart. Taking a few moments to will the love-struck itching look off from his face, Kaminari released a breath and cleared his throat. He had to keep it together. So anyway, here goes. Kaminari reached out and cupped his friend's cheek. He then channeled his electricity into his palm, phasing it through Akatani's skin. The dark corridor was illuminated dimly by the yellow glow. Is it working? Akatani replied, I can feel it entering my body. But it's kinda slow, actually more so than using a USB cable. Kaminari furrowed his brows, trying to come up with any possible alternatives. Actually, I think there's a better way, Akatani quipped, but please tell me if you're uncomfortable with it. Oh. The purple-haired teen took his friend's crackling hand and guided it over his lips. Kaminari's fading blush reignited the moment the lips kissed his palm. His heart began to thunder as Akatani pulled away, hovered over his palm to different spots, breath fanning over the skin before pressing his open lips down again. Kaminari faintly felt his electricity being absorbed, the sensation dulled by his mind racing from the initiation of such soft intimacy. He unintentionally lost control of his electricity, but instead of frying his brain as it normally would, it shot out of his palm into Akatani's lips. The glow enveloping the two friends grew brighter until it illuminated the corridor. The crackling grew louder, to the point it completely blotted out any other sound from the surroundings. But despite that, the blonde was able to hear his friend amidst the din. I think I've reached full capacity. Thank you, Kaminari. Your dash, whatever he wanted to say after that, however, was interrupted by flashes of jade electricity. They sat there, unable to move, as jade and yellow intermingled into a blinding light that pulsated erratically. The corridor started to tremble, getting progressively stronger as if an earthquake was rolling through. Then, there was a loud noise, and the light seemed to explode into a burst of electricity, throwing the two friends back away from the other slightly. The tremors subsided, and the darkness slowly returned as the light faded. Despite the blowback, Kaminari quickly recovered. He stumbled over to Akatani. Oh my god, are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? The purple-haired teen slowly sat up, wincing slightly. I don't think so. The blonde helped his friend to his feet. Akatani, what the hell was that? I think our electricity came into contact with one another, causing a buildup of energy that exploded. Can electricity do that? I've seen my electricity do a lot of things, Akatani surmised, but mixing with someone else's electricity and reacting violently. That's something I can honestly say I've never experienced before. The question was ultimately left unanswered, but that didn't stop the two friends from discussing it as they departed the corridor, with Akatani hurrying back to retrieve the plug and USB cable a few paces out. Back in the Class 1A stands, Akatani and Kaminari reclaimed their seats. Where were you two? Jairu asked with a raised eyebrow. Recharging, Akatani replied. So what did we miss? Ashido-san and Tokoyami-san's match. Tokoyami-san won. Yaoyorozu supplied. Bakugu-san and Kirishima-san are having their battle now. Akatani turned to the field. Bakugu was going all out with his explosions, while Kirishima was holding his own with his hardening quirk, withstanding the bursts of fire and noise, and getting through a few punches that threw the blonde off. Like the redhead's previous match with Tetsu, it had stagnated into a stalemate. What's with the dancing around each other again? Present Mike could be heard complaining, haven't we had enough of that already? Where's the strategy and action? The trump card? Anything. Akatani's line of sight zeroed in on Bakugu. His sharp eye and discerning mind deduced that that was what the explosive Pomeranian was trying to do, pick out a weakness in his opponent's defense and exploit it until he emerged victorious. Bakugo released an explosion at close range, but again, it was blocked by Kirishima's hardening. Dodging a kick, the explosive blonde quickly let rip another explosion, leaving his opponent no time to dive out of the way. Kirishima was thrown backwards, his hand flying to his side, which was turning slightly crimson. That was it. The trump card Bakugo needed. Screaming bloody murder, the explosive blonde threw one explosion after the other at Kirishima. The redhead was able to block the first one, but the subsequent bursts of fire, the shockwaves and the intense heat forced him to drop the hardening. After which, there was nothing protecting from being thrown about like a rag doll, flung up into the air, hitting the ground. BLD began to seep from scrapes and cuts from the violence, but it was one well-aimed explosion to head that brought the axe down on Kirishima's efforts to keep standing against the onslaught. By the time the noise faded and the dust settled, Kirishima was on the ground, unconscious, and bleeding heavily. Bakugo didn't look any worse for the wear, but his hands were visibly trembling. Kirishima Ijuru is unable to continue. Bakugo Katsuki progresses to the next round. Stilted applause followed. Bakugo huffed dismissively, turning on his heel and stomping out of the field, leaving his opponent to be picked up by the Medibots. Akatani sighed, shaking his head slightly. Bakugo still has no qualms against going overboard, isn't he? Kaminari remarked. No words could describe how much Akatani assented to that statement. Just as always, dear listeners, Bakugoan pulls all the stops with relentless fury. With a bit of luck, he might just emerge as the winner of this year's sports festival. Over my dead body, Akatani scowled. But that remains to be seen. We still have a few more matches to go. And on that note, let's meet the final two combatants for this round. The spectators roared in anticipation as the first set of metal doors opened. Coming out of the East Gate is the incarnation of the Lord Jesus Christ, and symbol of pureness, Shiozaki Ibara of Class 1B. Impervious to the cheers around her, the vine-headed girl entered the light of the ring with dignity, hands clasped together in prayer. Across the field from her, the other set of metal doors opened. And coming out of the West Gate is the only support student to make it this far. Inventor extraordinaire, Hatsum Mei. The cheers were noticeably louder as the pink-haired girl skipped up to the ring, waving to the spectators and soaking up the attention. She was carrying two large cylinders over her shoulders, attached to a nozzle. Immediately, Akatani knew what was about to happen. Hatsum-san is going to win this match, he declared. How do you know? Jair asked. The invention she's got, he replied. I wonder if Shiozaki-san's afraid of fire. Jairu took a moment to realize what her classmate was saying. Match start. Shiozaki made the first move by shooting her vines straight towards Hatsum. The inventor whirred her boots to life, leaping into the air, the vines racing beneath her. While still airborne, she brandished the nozzle, her eyes gleaming with manic glee. Time to light it up. She flexed the trigger. There was a loud whoosh, and a stream of fire blasted out of the nozzle straight onto the vines. The plant matter ignited instantly, the fire racing up towards Shiozaki herself. Shiozaki screamed, shedding the burning vines before the fire could get too close. Hatsum landed back on the ground amidst the conflagration, a challenging grin spreading her lips. So, what's it going to be? For Shiozaki, seeing the nozzle aimed at her was more than enough to come up with an answer. I surrender. I admit defeat. Hatsum smirked, turning towards the audience. I like to go back into history for inspiration, just so you know. With this enhanced flamethrower capable of reaching a range of 30 meters with half the fuel consumption as the original in World War II, improved by yours truly, defense and attack will be in the bag right from the get-go. Shiozaki Ibara has surrendered. Hatsum Mei proceeds to the next round. Once again, the technical might of the pink-haired inventor had triumphed over Quirk's. Akatani let the corners of his lips turn up a little bit. As service robots rushed into the field to extinguish the fire and clear away the charred vines, Present Mix's voice filled the air again. And that concludes this round, dear listeners. Just goes to show that quirks aren't the only things that make a hero. While we get the field ready, we're going to have a 15-minute intermission to let everyone stretch their legs. Oh, and turn your attention to the screens to see the listings for the 4 remaining contenders. Semi-Final Group A, Akatani Mikumo vs Tokoyami Fumikage. Semi-Final Group B, Bakugo Katsuki vs Hatsum Main. I better get going. Akatani stood up from his seat. All the best. Kaminari cheered. Wipe the floor with bird arse. I will. Making his way down to his designated holding area, Akatani encountered Hatsum going in the opposite direction to where he was going. Oh Hatsum-san, congrats on your win. Are you preparing for your next match? Thanks, Mr. 10 million points, the inventor huffed with pride. Actually, I'm going to speak to Midnight Sensei. Why? I've decided to withdraw from my match with Mr. Explodo breathes. Akatani raised an eyebrow. What brought this up? Do you see how powerful those explosions are? Hatsum stared at him as if he was stupid. My babies won't last 1 second exposed to such destructiveness. That is something I am not willing to put my hard work through, to see them reduced to shrapnel before I get blasted to the heavens. Akatani fell into thought. You make a good point. But I don't think you should just throw in the towel just yet. And what do you propose, oh great wise one? Hatsum asked, and I don't mean in a sarcastic way. Your wisdom has worked before. The purple-haired teen hummed, I think you should still go see Kiyama-sensei, but explain that while you want to continue on with the battle, you have reservations about being able to hold out against Bakugo's explosions. Then, you request to admit defeat, and later battle Tokoyami for the second runner-up placing. And how do you know this is going to work? I cannot be completely certain, but given your word about Bakugo and how my electricity can generate light, Tokoyami will most likely be your opponent, regardless of whether you battle against the explosive Pomeranian or not. Kiyama-sensei probably won't refuse either, since there will be a second runner-up match anyway. My only suggestion is that you pick out a tool or equipment that can generate blinding light for your match against Tokoyami. Hatsum tapped a finger against her chin. I might be able to pull something out. This could work. I think we've got ourselves another deal here, Mr. 10 million points. Excellent, Akatani nodded. Well, I better be off. The intermission's almost over. Best of luck. Thanks. The two went their separate ways. A few paces in, Hatsum realized something. She quickly turned around. Hey, Mr. 10 million points. How's the plan to snag yourself a boyfriend coming along? Akatani's eyes glimmered. It will happen soon, when I am standing on the podium. I can't wait to witness that. Oh, and I get dibs on being your boyfriend's inventor as well. I'll let him be the final say on that. Akatani gave Hatsum a 2-finger salute and went on his way. Hey dear listeners. We are back. Give me your loudest cheer. A deafening roar threatened to blow the roof off. And we are down to our last 4 contestants. We're approaching the CLMX that everyone is waiting on the edge of their seats for quite a while now. Let's hope it comes with a huge bang. Another echo of cheers. But before we proceed with the next battle, there has been a change in plans, as I was told. Everyone, turn your attention to the screens. The giant screens flickered to life, playing a video feed of Hatsum in conversation with Midnight. The inventor was following Akatani's advice, explaining her reservations about facing Bakugo. You see, Kiyama-sensei, I'm always ready to go all out with guns blazing. But I pick my battles, I fight smart. I know when the outcome is worth the effort, and knowing the explosive Pomeranian, it's not worth it. He will stop at nothing until I am a bloody pulp on the ground and my precious babies are just bits of metal and scrap. I know there will be a match to determine the third placer, and honestly, I'm willing to forego the minuscule chance of emerging the winner of this sports festival if the safety of myself and my babies are guaranteed. So please, Kiyama-sensei, allow me to withdraw from my spot and fight for third place instead. Hatsum finished her plea with a bow. Midnight considered the unexpected request, but ultimately, she didn't take long to come to a decision. You're not wrong to feel unsafe. I've seen Bakugo's fights, and I feel distinctly uncomfortable with just how unrestrained and excessively violent he was. Very well, I'll let you withdraw from your battle with Bakugo. You will go up against the winner of Akatani and Tokoyami's match. Thank you so much, Kiyama-sensei. As thanks, I'll remake your props into usable weapons for practical application. The R-18 heroine hummed. I think we can work something out, the older woman nodded. I'll be in touch with you, Hatsum-chan. The inventor had stars in her eyes. I won't let you down, Kiyama-sensei. The video feed cut. Oh boy, I can't imagine what they're going to come up with. Then don't, Aizawa interjected. Furthermore, there are children watching. Get on with the battle, before parents start suing us for corrupting their innocent dearest minds. Right you are, Shoyuda. So on that note, let's meet the players. The metal doors on one side rumbled open. Coming out of East Gate is the Lord of Darkness, philosopher of edginess and feather games so sharp you'll get cuts, Tokoyami Fumikage. On the other side, the metal doors also rumbled open. And facing off this literal burboi is the god of Jade Lightning, so powerful that not even the elements of the earth can stop him, Akatani Mikumo. Tokoyami regarded his opponent with calm dignity. We were allies before, but now we face off as enemies. Akatani replied, face neutral. Circumstances merely led things to what they are now. I know, the bird-headed student nodded. I just hope you don't hold this against me. Likewise. Midnight raised her cat-ing tails. I want a fair match. Begin. Tokoyami hurtled forward. Dark Shadow. Go on the offensive. The sentient Quirk screeched, bursting out of Tokoyami and rushing towards its MSDR's opponent, claws out ready to strike. Akatani's eyes gleamed. He reached into his core and pulled violently. A blinding light not unlike the first one during his match against Shinso exploded across the stadium. Dark Shadow shrieked in agony against the searing aurora, retracting back into its ensar to hide. Tokoyami himself skidded to halt to shield his eyes from being burned away. It was a distraction that proved his downfall. Akatani reformed back into his body, and while his opponent was still reeling, flew across the field, electricity pooling into a ball in his hands. At the right size and volatility, Akatani fired the ball straight at Tokoyami, who had no chance of dodging it. Punching right into his stomach, the ball continued its movement, sending Tokoyami flying out of the ring. Akatani cancelled his electricity, coming to a landing. Tokoyami Fumikage is out of bounds. He will participate in the third-placer match. Akatani Mikumo progresses to the final round. Amidst the applause, Akatani rushed off the field towards his classmate. Are you alright? He held out a hand. Tokoyami took the offered help. I'm fine, just a little sore and scraped up. Akatani pulled his classmate to his feet. You beat me fair and square, Akatani, Tokoyami spoke up. I was at a disadvantage. This doesn't mean anything in the long run, Tokoyami, the purple-haired teen interjected. You're going to reach amazing heights? That brought a small grin to the bird-headed student's beak, as would you. Good luck with your match against Bakugo. It's going to become one huge banquet of madness. Thank you all the same. Midnight strolled up to the two classmates. Everything okay? No hard feelings? Yes, Kiyama-sensei, they replied together. Splendid, the R18 heroine smiled. And how are you feeling now, Takami? None the worse for wear, he shrugged. That's great to hear, Midnight nodded. It's been decided that the next match will be for third place. Yamada wants to save the final match to the end to, quote, build up the suspense. She made finger quotes here. I think it's just dramatics, but you're up for another match. I understand, Kiyama-sensei. Tokoyami nodded. What do I do then? Akatani asked. You'll join me on the dais until the match is over, Midnight instructed. Yes, Kiyama-sensei. All right then, the older woman clapped her hands together. I think we're all set. Take it away, Yamada. Thanks, Kiyama. So without further ado, let's bring out Hatsum Mei from the support course. The doors that Akatani had come out from opened again. The pink-haired inventor stepped out into the light, once again soaking up the cheers and attention with glee. Tokoyami took his place opposite her, and Akatani followed Midnight up onto the dais. The purple-haired teen spotted the augmented pot shotgun Hatsum used to take Ida out in a holster by her waist, and in her hand, something that looked like an old camera flashbulb from the 20th century. He could already picture how this match will turn out. So, Mr. Edgelord, I hope you're ready to face my babies. Tokoyami turned to Akatani. Edgelord? She gives nicknames to everyone, he replied back. Just accept it. The bird-headed student blinked, before returning back to face his opponent. I want a clean match. Begin. Tokoyami sprinted towards Hatsum, who showed no sign of moving. Dark Shadow, again with the offensive attack. Even the emergence of the sentient Quirk did nothing to abate her. She did, however, raise the old flashbulb and pressed a button. Just as Akatani expected, a blinding flash exploded for a single moment, filling the visions of those who weren't able to cover their eyes in time with colors that obscured visibility. Dark Shadow, on instinct, shrieked and dove back into his MSDR's body. As Tokoyami reeled, Hatsum whipped out her shotgun and fired a single pellet. As with what happened to Ida before, the expanding pellet struck Tokoyami right in the stomach, propelling him right out of the ring into the concrete wall behind him. Hatsum puffed out the smoke from the gun. Just so you know, you shouldn't disregard history. What might be deemed as old-fashioned might just save you at a moment's notice. So yeah, take it from me and your life might just be a little bit more peaceful. Tokoyami Fumigage is out of bounds. Hatsum Mei is the second runner-up of the sports festival. The applause was thunderous, as were the cheers. Akatani clapped, watching the pink-haired inventor bow and wave to the spectators. Once again, she has made history as the first non-heroics core student to make it to the top 3. Akatani could already predict support companies and pro-heroes falling over themselves to make deals with her. She's definitely moving up in the world from here on out. Akatani turned towards Tokoyami, who was slowly peeling himself off of the ground, clutching his stomach. He flew down to his classmate. "All good?" "Yes, thank you for your concern," the bird-headed student nodded. "What a rush of madness." "You did your best, Tokoyami." "I know. Still, it hurts a bit to lose." "I understand." This is it, dear listeners. We've come down to the last battle of the sports festival. The one who emerges victorious will bask in the glory of being the strongest in their cohort. For the rest of the year, that is. But that's besides the point. Are you ready for the final showdown? The spectators went absolutely crazy. Akatani, having taken his spot where Tokoyami stood earlier, released a calm breath. Across from him, the metal doors rumbled open. Facing off against the god of Jade Lightning who can strike down the unworthy with a snap of his fingers, Akatani Mikumo, is the unbeaten king of explosions, destruction and mayhem, Bakugo Katsuki. Bakugo stomped out into the light and took his position. The scowl on his face threatened to devolve into a snarl the moment he laid his bloodthirsty eyes on the outwardly indifferent Akatani. It didn't help matters when Akatani shifted his neutral gaze into one of contempt. "You think you're so powerful," Bakugo growled, "but unlike last time, I've become stronger. I'll destroy you completely, show to everyone watching that you are nothing but a mere bug squashed under my boot. I'll show you that I am the best, and I will come out victorious." Akatani didn't deign to give him a verbal response, merely rolling his eyes, which infuriated Bakugo even more. "I will emphasize this right here and now, I want a clean match. I can and will intervene if either one of you decide to cross the line and actually sought out to physically injure your opponent beyond what is considered acceptable." Midnight made clear, though Akatani knew this was more aimed towards Bakugo. And he also knew that the warning will be disregarded by the explosive Pomeranian. He can't just let that son of a were do whatever the hell he wants, could he? Time to knock him down to the depths of hell. Akatani's electricity crackled to life. Match start. Bakugo screamed bloody murder, using his explosions to propel himself towards Akatani at considerable speed. Akatani glared minutely and pulled on his core. He disappeared in a flash of light and crackling of electricity, forcing Bakugo to pull the brakes. Akatani reformed behind the blonde, swinging his leg up and smashing his boot into the side of Bakugo's head in a roundhouse kick. As he reeled in the blast of pain, Akatani disappeared and appeared in front of Bakugo, punching the blonde in the stomach with enough force to fling him back several feet. Spitting out from the blow, Bakugo screamed, "F you, goddamned piece of shit. I'll kill you." "You've said that so many times I stopped counting a long time ago," Akatani deadpanned, dodging an exploding right fist, hands shooting up to grab the limb in a death grip. "I think you're just all words and no action at this stage." The purple-haired teen drove the point by kicking Bakugo's legs out of him and throwing the blonde over his shoulder in a reminiscent move to the battle trial. As he hit the ground with a yell, Akatani retained his grip on his adversary's arm, bodily flinging the blonde several feet down the ring like a frisbee. Biting back groans of pain, Bakugo picked himself up, looking especially murderous. Screaming ferally, he released a long-distanced blast towards Akatani, who calmly activated his electric flight and shot into the air, dodging the incoming fireball. Akatani gazed at the explosive blonde impassively. Bakugo took that as an insult. "Stop looking down on me, you motherfucking see." "Looking down on you," the purple-haired teen huffed condescendingly. "Who do you think you are? A god? Someone who should be respected? You're neither of that, just an egotistical psychopath with a superiority complex who doesn't understand the concept of humility. Anyone with a decent, functional moral compass will naturally view you with contempt. But of course, you're too blind to see that for yourself." Bakugo screamed bloody murder, forming a glowing ball of light and throwing it at Akatani. Like a stun grenade exploding, there was a blinding flash of light. Akatani was thrown off-kilter for a moment from trying to protect his retinas from frying, but he retaliated by pulling on his core again and disappearing, shrouded by the light. He reformed behind Bakugo, punching him into the head and blasting him forwards with a beam of electricity. Once again tasting concrete, Bakugo snarled like a wild animal. He unleashed explosion after explosion, forcing Akatani to dodge each one lest he get blown to smithereens. Yet the purple-haired teen was unfazed. After dodging each explosion, he made it a point to flick the bird each time at Bakugo, fueling the blonde's anger with unrepentant contempt. "You think you're so FING powerful enough to look down on me, that your quirk is so impressive that everyone should let you do whatever the hell you want," Bakugo growled viciously. "I don't know why everyone is so FNG enamored about you. You are just a motherfucking, worthless piece of shit who has no place in this world. When I beat the ever-loving F out of you, I'll drive into your puny brain that you are nothing. Nothing more than FANG bug underneath my boot. I will force you to bow to me, to show everyone watching that you will never amount to anything." A malicious smile stretched his lips, including that knockoff Pikachu. "I don't know how you manage keep him under a leash and lead him onto your FING delusions, but after today he'll see you for who you are and bite you like the dog he is." If Bakugo expected Akatani to lose his cool and attack him for that, he was sorely disappointed and very confused. Akatani's expression did not appear to change in the slightest, as if he didn't even hear the insulting words in the first place. He also made no move to attack. But if Bakugo had looked closely, he would have noticed Akatani's irises disappearing under a glare of jade green. "Kaminari, you're sparking? I know, Gyre. As much as Bakugo's words are beyond reconcilable, it's not worth the death penalty from murdering him," Yaoyorozu interjected. "I have no intention of doing so," Kaminari shook his head. "Akatani is going to do it for me." "What?" "Akatani is going to royally F Bakugo up for this slight against me. I'm not sure if you can see, but you would notice that Akatanis have disappeared under a glaring light." Yaoyorozu created a pair of binoculars and aimed them towards her deputy. "You're right, his eyes are just a glowing jade color. That means he's about to destroy Bakugo's but in the coming minutes," Kaminari continued, sliding out of his seat, "and if you value your eyesight and possibly your life, I suggest you duck and cover." Seeing the blonde crouch down to the floor, face down and arms locked over his head, both girls quickly did the same, much to the confusion of their classmates. Akatani hadn't spoken a word in several moments now. "What's the matter?" Bakugo mocked, too overwhelmed by the truth. "Realizing that you are actually nothing, up against a true victor like me." The purple-haired teen still said nothing, much to the explosive blonde's irritation, but he covered it with another malicious grin. "Fine then, I'll make this quick for the both of us." Bakugo lunged forward with an exploding fist, only to recoil in pain when a powerful bolt of electricity struck him and administered a painful shock to his nerves, temporarily paralyzing the entire arm. Akatani still regarded him with an impassive look, his hand outstretched. He finally spoke. "Do you ever stop to listen to the words you spew from that foul mouth of yours?" "Ha! I thought not," Akatani sighed. He was externally the perfect portrait of calm. But inside, the cavern of lava was boiling, hissing, and gradually rising to the surface. Electricity began to crackle dangerously over his form. If you ever took a single second to stop and listen to what you just said, you might just realize how much of a villain you are. Bakugu's face contorted with outrage. What? Did you just call me? Akatani had a flashback to his encounter with Endeavor. Actually, come to think of it, Endeavor and Bakugu were not all that different from one another. They both had explosive tempers, abrasive personalities, egos the size of Mt. Everest, powerful quirks, and the drive to be number one, while ignoring collateral damage to others and surroundings. Only one was a fully grown adult and pro-hero, while the other was still an impressionable teenager. However, the similarities proved too close for Akatani to reconcile with. Even if it was an impossible task, Akatani knew he had to cut the bud before it could bloom. A villain, Bakuho, the purple-haired teen replied with mock mildness, unless your explosions have rendered your ears completely deaf, which may explain why you never follow the most simplest instructions on how to be a decent human being. Bakugu exploded, I'll kill you. Like a rampaging bull, Bakugu launched towards his opponent. And like a matador, Akatani dodged effortlessly. Look at you, so quick to attack and so quick to cause harm to others. I don't know about you, but aren't those hallmarks of what makes a villain? Akatani released a wave of electricity, electrocuting Bakugu and temporarily paralyzing him. You want to become the number one hero, to surpass all might. But everything you do, your actions, your words, all point to being the number one villain. So enlighten me, Bakuho. What is the discrepancy here? Akatani dodged a series of explosions. Oh wait, I am so blind. The discrepancy lies with you, Bakuho. Akatani threw a bolt of lightning at Bakugu's leg, forcing him to the ground. You hide your true self behind lofty aspirations and a powerful quirk, taking advantage of society's selective blindness to flashy and powerful quirks. But nothing can stay hidden forever. Right now, in front of the entire country and possibly the world, I will say this. Bakugu shakily stood up, snarling ferally. You are a petty, disgusting, abhorrent and most vilest example of the worst of humanity, to the point I debate whether or not I should even call you a human in the first place. You are the example of what parents tell their children to avoid, a scourge of society, a blight upon the world, and a disgrace against the heavens and all that is holy. The explosive blonde screamed like a banshee. He burst up into the air, the kick of his explosions lifting him as he went. Akatani rose a foot off the ground, and spread out his hands. Like before in his match with Todoroki, the sky began to distort as static electricity was pulled from the atmosphere. Any remaining light fixtures that hadn't exploded previously met their end as their circuits overloaded and ruptured, the electrical currents draining out and hurtling towards Akatani, coalescing into a glowing ball of light. People like you are the reason why so many others suffer, not just as a consequence of your quirk, but when they become your targets to bully and hurt just for you inflate your ego or to get a boost of confidence to hide your insecurity. And that is just for people with quirks. I can't imagine what you did to people who didn't have quirks to protect themselves against scumbags like you. Airborne, Bakugu began to spin, creating a vortex of air that was rapidly gaining strength and speed. You must have taken delight in rubbing their faces in the fact that they were quirkless, to force them down into inferiority just for something out of their control, to hurt and injure them because of your fed-up thinking that they are less human than you. I'm not even surprised if you told some of them to end their lives because you think they are not worth the space they use in this world. The ball of light had grown to the size of a beach ball and showed no sign of stopping. Outside of the stadium, further electrical circuits from the surrounding area had their electricity drained, fluctuating power to most of the buildings in the affected area. Bakugu could now be barely seen in the swirling tornado of air and dirt he was creating. Howitzer, you call yourself a hero, but heroes don't destroy lives. Akatani curled his hands around the ball of light as it shook violently. No, as far as I know, you are nothing but a FING monster. Monsters like you have no place this world. So do all that is good and just a favor, will you? Pray that you will become a decent human being in your next life, and take a swan dive off the roof. Kaken. Bakugu's eyes widened, his spinning suddenly halting. That momentary hesitation was all that Akatani needed. His glowing eyes narrowed. There was a pause, and the ring exploded into a dazzling, blinding light that rivaled that of the sun. People screamed and wailed, falling to the ground to shield their eyes from the searing supernova. Kaminari, Jiraiya and Yaoyorozu further curled into themselves to keep the light away from their retinas. Then there was deafening clap of thunder and the wild crackling of electricity at immense speeds. For only God knows how long, that was the world of those watching the festival live, until the heavens granted them mercy and the light began to fade. With the receding light came visions obscured by color, spinning heads and noise of confusion. People began to slowly get up, grabbing onto things to steady themselves and clear the temporary blindness. Up in the commentary booth, Present Mike was slowly picking himself and Aizawa from the floor, where he had been protecting his mummified friend from the worst of the light. It was a mistake to make these eye holes, Aizawa grumbled. Present Mike stumbled over to the microphone. Well, despite Akatani-kun's valiant attempt to blind us all, is everyone okay though? Noises of affirmation came from the crowd below. So, can anyone see enough to know who won? My eyes are still recovering. Down on the ring, Midnight winced as she picked herself up on her dais. In her haste to protect her eyes from the blinding supernova, she was sure she twisted something on her way down. Making a note to see Recovery Girl once this was over, she shook her head wildly to clear the colors from her vision. Around the stadium, there were cheers going off like dynamite. When her vision cleared enough, she could see why. On the ring, looking decidedly exhausted, was Akatani. Across the stadium, laying sprawled out over 2 rows of seats with BLD leaking from a gash on his temple and various cuts all across any exposed skin, was an unconscious Bakugo. For the R18 heroine, that was all the answer she needed. Bakugo Katsuki is unable to continue. Akatani Mikumo is the winner of this year's sports festival. Bakugo Katsuki is unable to continue. Akatani Mikumo is the winner of this year's sports festival. Akatani breathed in and out hard as a thunderous roar of applause and cheers threatened to send the roof of the stadium clear into the air. Took out a far bigger chunk of his electrical reserves than all of his previous finishing moves. But despite feeling as if both a truck, a steamroller and a Shinkansen had ran over him, he was elated. He had defeated Bakugo once again, delivered a crushing blow to an ego which despite many attacks still refused to deflate, although in hindsight, he should have known that not even a defeat in front of the entire country would change Bakugo's abhorrent behavior, but he was riding a high here, so forgive him, if you will. Furthermore, he had come out the victor of the sports festival. Fighting back the exhaustion from claiming him into the peaceful slumber of unconsciousness, Akatani raised his head to face the cheering masses. With a look of grim determination, he clenched his fist and punched it into the air, only serving to excite the spectators and raise the decibels of the cheers even higher. Up in the stands reserved for Class 1A, Kaminari was on his feet, wholeheartedly adding to the growing deluge of noise. Woo! You did it, my man. You showed that son of a beach who's boss. Jiraiya and Yaoyorozu were applauding with the rest of the stadium, while the rest of the class were discussing the final match. That was so manly, what Akatani did, Kirishima gushed. But it was a little bit overkill though, Uraraka remarked. A truly epic banquet of madness, Tokoyami cryptically put forth. Ida was about to interject that Akatani didn't need to go to such extremes to take out Bakugo, when he felt his phone buzz in his pocket about an incoming call. Excusing himself, he went into a quiet corridor to answer the call. Checking the caller ID showed his mother's. Ida steeled himself, she must be calling about his performance during the festival. Well, best get it over with, right? He answered the call. Tenya. Mom, I'm so sorry Tenya. I've been trying to call you so many times. You need to come to Hosu General Hospital now. Ida started, hospital. Mom, what happened? He could practically hear the tears falling down his mother's face as she descended into hysterics. It's your brother. He was grievously attacked. Ida almost dropped his phone. The doctors. Tensei is in serious condition. Please, Tenya, come quickly. Meanwhile, Akatani was getting a check over by an extremely exasperated recovery girl. You really don't know how to hold back, the Medi heroine admonished after giving him the healing kiss and about a dozen gummies, which he downed in 2 bites. Does quirk exhaustion mean nothing to you? My apologies, I was in an emotional high. Recovery girl sighed. I swear to everything that is holy I will wring Nizu's neck for even thinking of authorizing this mess in the first place. But anyway, you're good to go for the awards ceremony. Just make sure not to use your quirk in any form or another unless in an emergency. And I mean it. Akatani gave her a 2-finger salute. Got it, ma'am? The elderly heroine waved him off, prompting Akatani to remove himself from the makeshift infirmary. With the door closing behind him, Recovery Girl turned to her latest patient to grace her care. The gash in Bakuga's head had been cleaned and sealed, as with all the cuts littering any exposed skin. Hopefully, with a bit of luck it wouldn't scar. Now it was all a matter of waiting for the team to wake up in time for the awards ceremony. Recovery Girl didn't need to wait long. Within a few moments, Bakugo stirred, and his eyelids fluttered open. What? Oh good, you're awake, the Medi heroine approached his side, and you're healing up nicely too. You should be up and ready for the awards ceremony happening within the hour. How? Language, Recovery Girl admonished as she checked a clipboard. You were knocked out of bounds by your classmate Akatani's rather over-the-top final move. Considering what transpired during that time, I was amazed that you weren't more severely injured. Bakugo lapsed into silence as her words registered. The memories slowly returned. Of his battle with Akatani, getting set off at his opponent's deadpan jibes, trying to get a rise out of him by dragging the knockoff Pikachu through the mud, only to get blinded by an explosion of light, sent flying by the force of a speeding Shinkansen, followed by darkness as he hit something hard and lost consciousness. But no, there was something else. Something that was missing from the equation, something that wasn't as clear as the memories that were coming back to him bit by bit. A gap in the entire length. Then, he remembered. His opponent had gone on a vicious vitriol against him when he was powering up for his signature howitzer impact attack. Bakuga didn't remember most of what the purple-haired effer had said, but just as he was about to release his built-up explosion, and moments before the blinding flash of light, the words Akatani said suddenly came back to him with brutal force. Pray that you will become a decent human being in your next life, and take a swan dive off the roof. Kaken. There was a moment of silence. And the bomb exploded. The entire infirmary shook, almost sending Recovery Girl stumbling to the floor as Bakugo released explosion after explosion, screaming ferally. The blonde lunged out of the cot he was lying on, and rushed for the door like a trapped, enraged animal trying to claw its way out of its cage to freedom. Or in Bakugo's case, trying to get to Akatani so he could turn the purple effer into a pile of ashes and bloodied bits of flesh. Recovery Girl snapped back to her senses when Bakugo tried to shove her to the side to get to the door. Bakugo, what on earth are you doing? Calm down this instant. The blonde was deaf to her demands. I'll kill him. I'll render his motherfucking goddamn butt into ashes. He is so dead, there will be nothing to bury. I'll destroy him. Bakugo would have succeeded in breaking out of the infirmary if Recovery Girl's Medibots hadn't sprung into action the moment they sensed the danger the youthful heroine was in. 4 robots shot forwards, grabbing Bakugo securely and dragging him back to the cot. The explosive blonde fought savagely, but the robots were made to be extremely resilient, surviving even his explosions. Once forced onto the cot, one of the robots produced a syringe filled with a sedative and injected it into Bakugo's veins. It worked in seconds, the fight leaving him like a receding wave, his crazed eyes dilating and sliding shut, his expletives slurring into silence. Only when they were certain the blonde was not a danger to others or himself did the robots release him and return to their charging stations. Recovery Girl sighed, having not expected that sudden descent into madness. Dusting off her lab coat, she went to make a phone call to Principal Nizu. Before Bakugo can appear at the awards ceremony, several safety measures needed to be implemented first. Fireworks went off in a succession of noise and color. Smoke wafted through the stadium, rolling down the spectator stands onto the field. People were cheering, devices were out recording, and the press cameras were going off at several dozen photos per second. Ladies, gentlemen and everyone in between or outside, after many hours of trials and tribulations, tension, suspense, action and drama, we have come to the end of the first-year sports festival. Present Mick's voice rang out excitedly over the stadium, to the roar of the spectators. All of the first-year students, from heroics down to management, were gathered in the center of the field, waiting for the proceedings to continue. We have come a long way to where we are now, so without further ado, take it away, Midnight. The R18 heroine flashed a thumbs up. Thank you, Mike. Now I understand that we might be exhausted from all the excitement and running our throats hoarse throughout the day, but I hope we can scrape just a little bit more cheer to congratulate our top 3 finalists. The spectators showed no sign of quietening down. That's right, Midnight nodded. It is time for the awards ceremony. Celebratory music began playing loudly through the speakers, followed by more fireworks. Behind the R18 heroine, there came a great blast of smoke and confetti. There was a slight rumble, and a podium of 3 different heights began rising behind the smoke and falling colored paper. The smoke obscured the identities of the 3 people standing on the podium, but it blew away quickly enough. The watching students both started and sweat dropped. Kaminari, who was standing at the front, couldn't believe his eyes. What the F dash? Jairu was equally stunned. Standing in 3rd place, Hatsum was laughing, waving to the spectators like an excited child. Akatani stood with cool poise, hands by his side in 1st place. But it was Bakugu, despite being in 2nd place, who was the center of attention. The blonde had a metal muzzle strapped tightly over his mouth, muffling his shouts and screams. His arms and hands were secured in a giant padlock-like device chained to the podium. His body and legs were tied to a large concrete pillar with leather straps, restricting his movement. Despite that, Bakugu still thrashed about wildly like a restrained animal desperate for release. It was a surreal sight, one the press was lapping up greedily, alongside the fact that a non-heroic student had actually made it into the podium. Tomorrow was going to make for one hell of a headline. Midnight threw out a hand. Now, there is literally only one person who is worthy of presenting the medals for such a prestigious event. Deep, booming laughter filled the stadium. People began screaming excitedly, pointing at a silhouette standing on the roof. Akatani bit back the groan rumbling in his throat. Dear God, please have mercy on my soul. The silhouette jumped off the roof, shouting out loud as he landed on the ground, Good citizens, I am here. Just as Midnight announced him in, it's the number 1 hero, All Might, right at the same time. Silence permeated the stadium. Akatani, Hatsum, and the watching students all sweat dropped. Bakugu was still struggling against his restraints. The R18 realized her mistake. Oh my God. I'm so sorry I spoke over you. All Might chuckled awkwardly, but gave her an okay gesture. Midnight cleared her throat. Anyway, now that's that in order, it's time for the presentation of the medals. All Might, it's all you now. The cheers picked up again. A robot carrying a tray with 3 medals came up to the podium. All Might picked up the bronze medal, and stepped up Hatsum, whose eyes were shining with delight. Young Hatsum, congratulations on being the first non-heroic student to make it to the podium. The number hero slipped the medal over her neck. You've given us all an incredible performance, shown us that the human mind is a mighty force to be reckoned with even against quirks. Clearly, your inventions have supported you well. All Might pulled her into a gentle hug. This is far from the end though. You must continue working hard and smart. Greatness awaits you when you give it your all. As he pulled away, Hatsum beamed. I will, All Might sir. I'll rise up to become the world's greatest inventor. And one day, I will make support equipment for you. That is a promise. All Might laughed boisterously. I'll consider your kind offer, young Hatsum. Stepping down, he picked up the silver medal. He eyed the still struggling Bakugu, and Akatani could see the awkwardness in the hero's perpetual smile. Inwardly, the purple-haired teen knew this coming scene would be one for the history books and his memory. Young Bakugu. The number 1 hero was clearly uncomfortable with the number of restraints locking the explosive blonde in place, along with the fact that he seemed to jerking away from the medal. Come now, don't be like that. You win some, and you lose some. All Might finally approached Bakugo. Take this as a stepping stone in your journey to becoming the greatest. Continue to improve, and you will emerge victorious. It took a bit of maneuvering, but the hero was able to slip the medal over Bakugo's neck. This only served to enrage the blonde even further, who thrashed his head about in an attempt to throw the medal off of him. It only served for the silver medal to hit him on the forehead multiple times. Chuckling awkwardly, All Might stepped back down. He picked up the last medal, the gold, and stepped up towards Akatani. The purple-haired teen stared back impassively, face neutrally blank. Young Akatani, I must sincerely congratulate you on your impressive feats and displays. You have shown great power and skill with your quirk, and commendable sportsmanship towards your fellow competitors. You are indeed a shining example of what the heroics course strives to be, and allow me to honor your glory by presenting you with your hard-earned medal. The teen said nothing, merely tilting his head downwards a bit to let his teacher slip the medal over his neck. He continued to stay impassively silent as All Might wrapped him in a gentle hug. You are going to go far, my boy. Your path to greatness is right ahead of you, and you've taken the first step today. I am so proud of you. Akatani's eyes flashed. Unbeknownst to everyone watching, he discreetly raised a hand and jabbed it into All Might's left side. The number 1 hero flinched. You say that now. But where were you 1 year ago? And all those before that? Suddenly, it was as if everything around them disappeared, the stadium, the spectators, the watching students, Midnight, the press, Bakugo and Hatsum, all gone. It was just All Might and Akatani. Where were you when I was bullied? Where were you when I was told to give up? Where were you when the one person that used to be my friend told me to kill myself? Where was the number 1 hero, who could have saved a quirkless child and told him that he was proud of him for surviving so far, and that he was a hero in his own right? All Might couldn't move, as if he had been frozen in place. Then came a mirthless chuckle. Oh yeah, that's right. You were with them, telling me to give up my dreams. Telling me to be realistic. Telling me I couldn't be a hero without a quirk. The voice spoke softly as if only for his ears. But he heard it loud and clear. But look at me now, I have a quirk, a powerful one for that matter, and I am the winner of the sports festival. It's quite poetic, don't you think? All Might wanted to pull back, but his body simply refused to listen. You are nothing but a hypocrite, All Might. Everything you have extolled is a fing lie, a false fantasy to entice innocent, idealistic children like me towards, only to throw us away and leave us to pick up the pieces. You destroy lives with that smile of yours, which is as fake as the platitudes you feed me today. You are called the symbol of peace, but it should rightly be the symbol of hypocrisy. The voice paused, letting what it said sink in, before continuing again. Change is coming. No one sees it yet, and especially not you. But it is coming, like a creature in the night. Whether you want it or not, it will come. And it will sweep away you, and the rest of this effed-up society with it. And I am going to be the one spearheading the fallout. I just hope you have a contingency plan, All Might, because some way or another, you will become a bygone has-been in a different world. I'm only telling you this, because I have an actual moral compass and a heart, unlike you. Be prepared, hero, because your days are numbered. Just like that, All Might was released from his bind, feeling returning to his stiff body. He jerked away from Akatani, as if stung by a bee, his smile somewhat forced from what he had heard. Akatani tilted his head slightly. All Might Sensei. Is everything all right? You seem kind of tense. The number 1 hero hesitated. He knew from the voice that it came from somewhere close by, like literally by his ear. And literally the only person capable of doing so was young Akatani. But the voice. It dripped with contempt and barely restrained hatred, and Akatani asked his question with concern, if monotonously. There was no way the two could be connected. All Might released a breath. He was just imagining things, must be from older age. It's fine, young Akatani. I thought I heard something. The number 1 cleared his throat, turning to the watching eye students, and there you have it, dear students, the winners of this year's sports festival. But let's not forget for even a second, that it could have been any one of you who could have been standing on that podium today. reflect on your performance, for you have challenged yourself and others, learned something new, and pushed yourselves to greater heights never before seen. He spread his massive arms wide. The buds of today will rise to become the heroes of tomorrow. And it fills me with pride to see the next generation grow strong and brave. As such, the #1 hero suddenly boomed, pointing to the sky. There is only one more thing that has to be said before we close the day. Say it with me with your loudest voice, everyone. Plus ultra. The entire stadium erupted into cheers and applause. Midnight let the noise continue for several moments, before drawing the attention towards her. And that's it, everyone. We have come to the end of this year's sports festival. I hope everyone had an amazing time today, but while the main events have finished, the food and game stalls will still be around until 6 p.m. this evening. So go have fun, everyone, and we'll see you all next year. The crowds gave one last round of applause, and things would have wrapped up there and then, if Akatani hadn't suddenly come forward. Kiyama-sensei, if I may speak. All eyes were now on the champion. What's the matter, Akatani-kun? There's something I need to say. But don't worry, everyone, I won't take long. Silence hushed the stadium. Despite what All Might said, my win in this year's sports festival was not just due to my strength and skills from my quirk. There were those who supported me right up to this very moment, and they too shared an integral factor in allowing me to clinch the gold today. Akatani stared straight at the cameras that were broadcasting his impromptu speech to the world. Mom, as you are watching, I want to thank you for being a pillar of support all the way to my victory. I can't think of a greater parent than you who displays her own resilience against a cruel world who revels in destroying innocent lives for sport. You are truly a hero in your own right, Mom, and I love you so much. The spectators were moved and made it clear with thunderous applause. Back in Mizudafu, Inko was shedding tears of pride and joy. Not that she hadn't already been doing so ever since her son stepped up to the stage at the beginning of the festival and gave his opening speech. But you get the idea. Akatani waited for the applause to die down, and there's one more person I need to thank. Kaminari, can you step forward please? Suddenly, the whole world was on the blonde electric quirk student, as were every screen that the sports festival was being broadcasted on, including Inko's. Kaminari minutely flinched at suddenly being singled out by his friend and crush, so it was only slightly less terrifying and becoming the center of attention, especially when the confused whispers from his schoolmates reached his ears. Nonetheless, he did as he was requested, moving away from the students with a few steps forward. Everyone watched Akatani step down from the podium. He came up to Kaminari, and to the surprise of everyone watching, live or on their screens, he took the blonde's hand and went down on one knee. The press went absolutely crazy, snapping photos like machine gunfire. Kaminari, I never expected that you would become my friend when you chose to sit with me at lunch during the U8's practical exam. At the time, I had no intention of making friends, and I lashed out at you thinking that you were trying to get in my way. For that, I sincerely apologize. It's okay, Akatani, Kaminari stuttered. Why made I it up to me by saving me? At the same time, you reminded me of what it meant to be a true hero, Akatani continued, and somehow, through some work of fate, or rather your decision to attach yourself to me by the hip, we got to know one another, and before I realized it, you became my friend, and someone I have come to care a great deal for. Kaminari's face exploded in red. People in the stands, all ahead, their phones out recording the entire scene. We've only known each other for less than a year, but you've done so much for me as a friend, I cannot begin to thank you whatever creator up there has done to make who you are. And if you are willing, I wish to progress beyond friendship with you. So Kaminari Denki, will you go steady with me? Excited screams and squeals ricocheted across the stadium. The students were sent into a right tizzy. Midnight's jaw was hanging open, and even All Might was taken aback. The flashing of camera bulbs became almost strobe-like. Present Mike was running his mouth at the display in the background, barely heard over the hubbub that descended over the stadium. Kaminari, on the other hand, was dead silent. His face was completely red, his eyes wide, and mouth hanging slightly open. His brain was shutting down, rendering him unable to come up with a verbal response. Did I come on too sudden? Akatani asked. I'm sorry. Then how about we start slowly? Are you free tomorrow? Your choice of time and place. Just tell me and it will be done. This time, Kaminari was able to respond. He slowly nodded. Great, Akatani let a grin appear on his lips. He rose to his feet, a hand rising up to cup Kaminari's cheek. It's a date. The purple-haired teen leaned in and kissed the blonde's cheek. The spectators went absolutely crazy, the shrieks and squeals shooting up into ear-splitting decibels. Present Mike was completely mind-blown. Talk about smooth. Not only is Akatani Mikumo an orator that harangues the masses, he is such a suave silver tongue that not even those of the same gender can resist melting into a puddle. Indeed, Kaminari was so taken away that he literally began sparking right in front of Akatani. His electrical currents overloaded his senses and brain, shutting down all but the most basic functions. The purple-haired teen was quick to catch his friend as he crumpled to the ground, eyes glazed over and a bit of drool leaking from his ajar mouth. If anything, Akatani retained his grin. He turned to Midnight. I'll just be off to Recovery Girl. The R18 heroine, too stunned to speak, merely nodded. Given the affirmative, Akatani shifted Kaminari into a bridal carry and kick-started his electric flight. Ignoring everything happening around him, Akatani flew through a set of metal doors, Kaminari in his arms, to the makeshift infirmary, disappearing from sight. And that, dear listeners, Present Mike said, slightly calmer, is a surefire way to get yourself a man, so you better take notes. So with a new relationship blossoming before our eyes, we've come to the end of the sports festival, so I hope everyone has had a wonderful time today, and as Midnight said earlier, we'll see you all next year. So have a great day, listeners, and this is Present Mike, and Eraserhead, signing off. The pair finished together, one with more enthusiasm than the other. Akatani hadn't even knocked on the infirmary door when it opened. Why am I not surprised that you decide to do something that puts someone under my care again? Recovery Girl asked exasperatedly. I regret nothing, the teen replied, stepping inside. This is something I needed to do for a long time now. The youthful heroine sighed. Just put him on the cot, Akatani-kun. Are you going to stay until he wakes up? I need to sort out a few things first, he replied, but I'll be back. Recovery Girl waved him off, going to tend to the electrocuted blonde. Akatani slipped out of the infirmary and hurried along the corridors to the locker rooms. Stepping over the trail of purple and crimson liquid, Akatani opened the locker where the liquid was slowly dripping from. Fighting down the urge to GG, he stuck his hand inside and pulled out a still unconscious Mineta by the ankle. With his cargo in hand, Akatani hurried out of the locker room towards the exits. From there, he flew all the way back to the UA campus, before hurrying up to the principal's office. Reaching the doors, he knocked loudly. Come in. Akatani pushed the door open, stepping inside. Nizu looked up from his desk. Akatani-kun, what brings you here? This, Principal Nizu. Akatani threw the unconscious, bleeding body of Mineta at the foot of the desk. Nizu got up onto his desk to get a better look. Is that your classmate, Mineta Minor? Nizu asked, and why is he so badly beaten up? I caught this son of a motherfucking where digging through the girls' locker room for bras and panties, Akatani explained. He tried to escape, so I was forced to rough him up to stop him. This is the latest time he outraged the modesty and dignity of female students, including my own classmates in 1A. Nizu steeped his paws together. Latest time. He's been nothing but a disgusting pervert ever since school started, always trying to molest the girls or displaying lewd, lecherous behavior towards them. I don't know what in the FNG hell possessed you and the staff to accept this kind of scum into the heroics course, but this is beyond acceptable not just for my female classmates, but UA as a whole. Threat. Principal hummed, leaping off his desk to examine the body before him. His beady eyes narrowed at the number of undergarments stuck to remaining ball on his head. I agree with you wholeheartedly, Akatani-kun. I have been receiving numerous complaints about Mineta's abhorrent behavior for quite a while now, but I believed he could be reformed through stiff punishment by your teacher. It appears that this has failed to serve as a deterrent, and Mineta has proven he is irredeemable. He will be expelled from UH effective immediately. Akatani nodded. It's the least that can be done, especially for my female classmates, because I think his behavior warrants a police report and sentencing to juvenile detention. A logical move if we can provide evidence of him exhibiting such behavior for much longer than his time in Yuye, Nizu surmised, but the glint in his eyes made it clear that some investigation work was going to be carried out soon. On other matters, though, this means that there will be an open spot in Class 1. If I may, Principal Nizu, Akatani cut in, and continued with permission, I have a recommendation for that open spot. And who would that be? Nizu tilted his head. Shinso Hitoshi, from Class 1C. Shinso. The student you beat early during the last round of the sports festival. The principal questioned, may I ask why him? He didn't have that great a showing during the festival, not after he insulted your soon-to-be boyfriend. We're selling him short here, Principal Nizu, Akatani replied. His quirk, brainwashing, is a potentially powerful quirk that could save countless lives in heroics. My educated guess is that Shinsukuin is in general education was due to his quirk being useless against robots. Think about it, Principal Nizu, you have a hostage situation, and all it takes is one word for the villains to release the hostages and turn themselves into law enforcement. Or in intelligence gathering, where Shinso can go undercover, use his quirk on unsuspecting villains and boom, he has all their plans and movements. Pass it on to law enforcement, and we have a successful raid. The teen gave Nizu a pointed look. Shinso has been told all his life that he couldn't be a hero, that all he was ever worth was being a villain. This has left him bitter with the world, which is dangerous for an impressionable teenager. Not only are we preventing a potential villain from being born, we are also showing Shinso that the world is not all bleak dreariness, that there are people who believe in him and will support him. It's the least we can do for him given his less than stellar upbringing. Silence followed his impromptu speech. Nizu broke it by chuckling. You make quite the compelling case there, Akatani-kun, especially for someone who insulted your soon-to-be boyfriend. Akatani shrugged. He was doing whatever it took to win, and his bitterness is something that can be amended. Nizu nodded. I'll consider your proposal, rest assured. The teen hummed. The look in his principal's eyes was more than enough to know that he had succeeded. Shinso was going to be his classmate in the coming future, quite possibly even when school resumed next week. Now, is there anything else? I do need to call Recovery Girl to remove this disgusting filth of a human who is currently staining my carpet. No, Principal Nizu, I'll leave you to deal with the grapist. Akatani bowed respectfully. You should hurry back to the infirmary then, Nizu grinned. Kaminari should be coming around anytime soon. I will, thank you for your time, Principal Nizu. Oh, it's my pleasure, Akatani-kun. And remember, my door is always open to you, and I am one phone call away. The teen nodded, before departing from the office. With the door closing shut, Nizu reached for his phone, intending to call the youthful heroine to send one of the robots up to collect the brutalized Mineta ruining his carpet. Thank heavens he knew a specialty laundromat that operated every day of the week. He quite liked his carpet, after all. Meanwhile, many miles away in Hosu General Hospital, Ida Tenya had just reached the receptionist desk after a tense journey on the Shinkansen and an agonizingly slow ride through the city in the middle of the evening peak hour traffic. Excuse me, I need to know which room is Ida Tensei warded in. He's in room 337. Thank you. With a quick bow, Ida dashed away from the desk, ignoring the receptionist's call to not run in the hospital. Running up the stairs, not bothering to wait for the elevator and through the corridors, he eventually spotted his mother sitting outside his brother's room, wringing her hands tensely. The older woman shot up. Tenya. How is Tensei? Is he? Tenya. His mother choked up. Not wasting a second, Ida turned and threw the ward door open. Big brother. Tenya, keep it down, put on a mask first. Ida stared at what he saw with stricken eyes. His older brother, Ingenium, his role model growing up as a child, strong and righteous, lying weak and defenseless on the hospital bed, wrapped in bandages, hooked up to various machines, and an oxygen mask strapped over his nose and mouth. A huge piece of gauze covered his stomach. Ida barely heard one of the doctors comment about how lucky Tensei was. If the surgery had been delayed by minutes, there was little chance that the pro hero would not have made it out of the operating theater alive. The bespectacled teen stumbled to his brother's bedside. "Tensei, can you hear me?" Slowly, the pro hero's eyes opened. "Hey, little brother. Tensei, please tell me that you will be okay. Tell me that you'll pull through this." Ida pleaded desperately, as his mother slid to the floor at the doorway, her legs giving out. "So sorry." Ingenium struggled through the anesthesia. "Supposed to be your role model. But look at me now." Tears began pooling over Ida's eyes, as his brother's next words pierced through his heart. "Tenya. I'm so sorry. Failed you." Legs trembling, Ida crumpled to the floor. The tears began to fall, as his wretched sobs echoed alongside the weak beeps of the heart monitor. "Will he wake?" Akatani asked. "Should be," Recovery Girl replied from her desk. "It's not as serious as actual Quirk overuse. Could be any time now." The purple-haired teen turned back to his sleeping friend. This was the second time Kaminari was in the makeshift infirmary, once again from having his brain fried by his electricity. Recovery Girl had done all that was necessary, now it was just a matter of Kaminari waking up. Akatani didn't want to wait too long. The day was beginning to end, and he himself was starting to get a little tired from the day's events. He remembered what he did the last time round that roused Kaminari from his slumber. He wondered if it would work again. Shrugging to himself, Akatani leaned over his friend's body, gently pushed the hair away from his face, and kissed the blonde's forehead softly. No sooner had he pulled away, did Kaminari start to stir. His eyelids fluttered open. "Wakey wakey, sleeping beauty." Kaminari blinked, turning to look Akatani. "Did you just call me sleeping beauty?" "I did," the purple-haired teen unashamedly. "You did wake up after a kiss, twice so far." A flash of red spread across Kaminari's cheeks. "Don't tease me. It's true though," Akatani continued, taking the blonde's hand into his, "though the second time was my fault. If I had known you were going to electrocute yourself from being asked out in front of the country, I would have done it somewhere more private." Kaminari's blush intensified. "But you don't regret it, don't you?" "Absolutely not," came with a teasing grin. Kaminari made an embarrassed noise, slowly sitting up with Akatani's help. "Is the offer still on though?" "It's your call," Akatani replied, gently kissing his hand. "Time and place, it's all on you." Kaminari let out a quiet mewl. "Can we go out tomorrow? I'll tell you where I want to go by tonight." Akatani nodded. "Sure thing. Your wish is my command." Leaning in, the purple-haired teen kissed his friend's cheek again, pulling a soft meep from the blonde. From her desk, Recovery Girl loathed to have to interrupt the immensely adorable scene before her, but duty calls. "You two might want to start moving, the rest of your class should have been dismissed by now. And I hardly think a makeshift infirmary is where you want to plan your first date." "That is true, Recovery Girl," Akatani nodded. In one fell swoop and a soft eep, Kaminari was scooped up from the cot into a bridal carry. "We'll be taking our leave now. Be sure to get home safe." "I'll make sure of that." With a final bow, Akatani departed from the infirmary, Kaminari in his arms. "You can put me down, you know," the blonde said as they headed for the locker rooms. "I can walk. Let me treat you like a princess for a time." Kaminari's face flushed red again, and he resigned himself to being carried by his friend's strong arms. Deep down though, his heart was squealing. Akatani did put Kaminari down to his feet inside the locker room to allow both of them to change. They did so in comfortable silence, and were just finishing up when something decidedly unwelcome chose to ruin the moment by slamming the door of the locker room open, startling Kaminari and making Akatani look up. "Fing piece of sheet." There, at the doorway, looking quite murderous, was Bakugu, sans his silver medal. "Yes. What do you want?" Akatani drawled. The explosive blonde stormed up to the purple-haired teen, grabbing him by the collar. "You motherfucking see, you think it's so funny, eh?" Akatani raised an eyebrow. "What's so funny? You will have to enlighten me, Bakaho." Snarling, Bakugu pushed Akatani backwards against the lockers hard. To the latter's credit, he didn't even flinch. "You think acting clueless is going to cover your arse? Do you honestly think you can call me that to my face?" Call you what? Akatani shot back. I don't even know what you are referring to. You effing know what the hell I am talking about? Bakugo screamed, how the hell do you know the name? What name? Kaken, you arse-liking son of a... Not liking the situation one bit, Kaminari discharged a strong bolt of electricity at Bakugo's side. Reeling from the paralyzing shock, he let go of Akatani, who quickly retaliated by kicking Bakugo right in the groin, before a roundhouse kick to his unaffected side, sending the explosive blonde slamming into a bench with a loud crash. Bakugo groaned in agony as Akatani advanced upon him. I don't know what the ever-loving F you are going on about, Bakuho, but this doesn't give you the right to threaten me. I'd understand it slightly more if you are still salty about your loss, but I know instinctively that this goes far deeper than you being a sore loser. But as you can probably guess, if you use your pea-brain hard enough, I don't have any idea what Kaken is, nor have I ever or will call you that. Now I suggest that you leave us alone. I already had one rotten bunch of grapes expelled from this school, and I can easily do the same for you. I'd be mindful of my actions if I were you, Bakuho, for karma does not play favorites. Turning on his heel, Akatani slung his bag over his shoulder. Kaminari, let's go. Casting one last disturbed look at the fallen blonde, Kaminari quickly packed away his things and hurried to Akatani's side. The pair left quickly, leaving Bakugo to stew in his pain and eventually pick himself up. Since Akatani still wore his steel-toed boots, Bakugo wouldn't be getting up for quite a while. The pair walked in silence through the corridors towards the exits. Kaminari could see Akatani neutrally fuming over what happened. He didn't like it. He didn't like seeing his friend's soon-to-be boyfriend in such a negative state. A distraction was very much needed and in order. Kaminari's hand took Akatani's and interlocked their fingers. Akatani squeezed the blonde's hand slightly to know the sentiment was accepted. Say, when you said one rotten bunch of grapes, did you mean? Yep, it's my netta. Kaminari's eyes widened. How? I chanced upon two general education girls earlier during the festival. They told me something was rummaging through their lockers. So with their permission, I went inside to investigate. Lo and behold, I find the motherfucking son of a beach and dozens of pairs of undergarments draped over his body, looking decidedly breathless. He tried to escape, but I threw hands and Quirk at him. I dragged his unconscious, non-existent but back to our locker room, threw him into one, and left him there until the end of the festival, where after the awards ceremony, I dragged his bleeding body all the way to Principal Nizu's office. The rest is history from there. Wow. Well, that explains the dried trail of purple and crimson, Kaminari whistled, before shrugging. Oh well, if anything, we don't have to worry about his dirty presence any longer. I don't like washing my hands multiple times in one setting, but you get my point. I do, Akatani nodded. Silence for a few moments. The exits was just around the corner. Hey, that means that our class now has an empty spot. Kaminari suddenly broke the quiet. Do you have any idea who is going to take the BS Dirty's place? They had just turned the corner, the exit within sight. Akatani spotted someone waiting by the doors. A bit closer, he recognized the gravity-defying lilac hair and the eye bags. It was Shinso. Speak of the devil and he will appear, Akatani thought to himself. Kaminari, before I answer your question, I want you to play along with me. What? Hopefully, what happens next will make things clearer. For now, just play along. Kaminari was still confused, but nodded. The pair reached the doors, their footsteps catching the brainwasher's attention. Shinso-kun. It's you too. Shinso looked a bit nervous. What's the matter? Are you waiting for someone? Asked Kaminari. Actually yes. Shinso turned to the blonde. You're Kaminari, right? At his nod, Shinso surprised him by bending 90 degrees at the waist. I wish to apologize to you for insulting your dignity during the festival. It was wrong of me to tarnish your name just to advance in the competition, when I should have used my own skills instead. I only beg your forgiveness for my error. Kaminari took a moment to compose himself. I forgive you, Shinso-kun, since you've no doubt learnt your lesson when Akatani nearly strangled you to death. Righting himself, Shinso absently rubbed his throat. Yeah. I actually saw my life flash before my eyes. And it made me realize how wrong I was to just blame others, and not personally work to improve things. Well, it's good that you know that now, and are actively working towards changing mindsets, Akatani said sternly. Shinso nodded quietly, eyes face down. Akatani decided to offer him an olive branch. Hey, eyes up. Kaminari has already forgiven you. What's in the past stays in the past, am I right? Again, Shinso nodded. But at least he wasn't so downcast now. And besides, you will be given chances to work towards self-improvement in the coming days, for sure. What do you mean? The brainwasher asked. This might be completely irrelevant, but someone from our class just got expelled today. You might remember him as Mineta Minoru, or the pervert with grapes for hair. Yeah. But what are you talking about? All I'm saying is that there's an open spot in our class, Akatani shrugged. That's all really, just thought you should know. Anyway, it's getting late, I need to send Kaminari home. I'll see you in class next Monday. Kaminari nodded. See you then, Shinso-kun. Shinso watched the pair leave through the doors. For a moment, his mind was as blank as a person he had just brainwashed. Then it began replaying the last words Akatani and Kaminari spoke to him. It slowly connected the dots. His eyes widened. He threw the doors open and rushed outside. Akatani and Kaminari were not too far off yet. Wait, Shinso called out to them. They turned around. What do you mean by that? Kaminari just gave him a knowing smile. Akatani winked. That was all they did before running off towards the gates, hand in hand. Shinso wanted to run after them, demand that they give him an explanation. But his feet were frozen, his mind too distracted with itself to get his legs moving, far too busy debating with itself on whether he had heard right, and had guessed what both heroic students were implying. Surely not, right? He didn't place well in the festival, and only non-heroic students who made it to top 5, heck, maybe even only the top 3 before they are considered a place in the heroics course. He was far from that, so why were they implying? Suddenly, Shinso felt a buzzing inside his pocket. It was an incoming call, and it was an unknown number. He answered, "Hello. Good evening. Am I speaking to Shinso Hitoshi?" Came a bright, chippy voice. Yes, this is him speaking. Who is this? It's Principal Nizu, Shinso-kun. Shinso stiffened. How may I help you, sir? Are you still at the stadium? If you are, I hope you can swing by my office. I do wish to speak with you. Fear began to creep up his throat. Did he? You're not in trouble, I can assure you, Shinso-kun. It is a rather important matter I do need to discuss with you, however, so I do appreciate it if you could come to my office at your earliest convenience. Shinso thought about it. His guardians honestly didn't really care what time he returned home. In fact, they didn't really seem to care much about anything unless it's about basic necessities. And besides, it's not like he has a choice on this matter anyway. This was the principal he was speaking to. I am still at the stadium, sir. I'll make my over as quickly as possible. Splendid. Then I'll see you soon, Shinso-kun. Take care. With that, the principal hung up. Staring at his phone, Shinso wondered if the evening was going to get any more weirder. But he had no time to contemplate. He didn't want to keep the mammal waiting after all. Do you think Shinso-kun got the hint? Kaminari asked. I think so, Akatani replied. I don't see him as someone not being able to pick up an implication after a few moments of thought. True. The pair reached the entrance of UA station. Hey Akatani. Call me Denki from now on, will you? Kaminari blushed slightly. Since we're going to become a couple in the near future. Don't you think it's appropriate? Akatani smiled, bringing Kaminari's hand up to kiss it. It's more than appropriate, as long as you call me Mikumo in return. Kaminari's blush deepened, but he smiled too. The pair made their way down into the station concourse. Akatani spoke again. Just remember to tell me what you want to do tomorrow. Don't worry about anything, it's all on you. Kaminari nodded, blush unabated. I will. He couldn't wait for tomorrow. In a small bedroom just down the corridor from a dingy, but well-maintained bar, a certain blue-haired man-child with terrible skin crouched in front of a computer monitor, watching the live coverage of the U8 Sports Festival as it happened. As the spectators cheered amidst mixed excited commentary, he sneered irritably, especially when the focus was turned on a purple-haired vice president from Class 1A plowing his way through the competition. Watching Akatani Mikumo take down his competitors with ease, Shigaraki began scratching at his neck furiously. I'll kill him. One day, he will be dead by my hands. He thinks he's so strong. He'll be nothing but dust when I'm done with him. The final push to that resolve came when Akatani appeared at the top of the podium at the end, just as Shigaraki's incessant scratching broke the skin, BLD rising up the rupture and trickling down his neck in a thin trail. Shigaraki growled. Akatani came home to a happy crying mother, both for his victory and the moving dedication he made for her on live television. Akatani swore he could feel his bones creak from the suffocating bear hug she subjected him to when she was too overcome with emotion to speak. Once the tears were wiped away, she had released her son from her death grip and calmed down enough to be coherent. Inko asked if his confession to Kaminari was genuine and that he was truly serious in taking the blonde out on a date. He nodded. My feelings for Denki have blossomed into true love, Mum. I care for him deeply, and I know this is far too early for me to say, but I will go to the ends of the world to make him the happiest man alive. With feelings so pure, Inko was all for her son taking his date out for the day. She then began fretting over what her son was going to wear, what food she had to cook if he were to bring Kaminari home for dinner, or if she had to prepare food for them tomorrow for a picnic, or... Akatani stopped his mother before she could work herself into a frenzy. Mom, calm down. It's all up to Denki. He'll contact me later on what he wants to do tomorrow. I'll let you know as soon as he does so. No need to panic just yet. Inko took her deep breaths. I understand, Mikumo. But my baby's going on his first date tomorrow. How can a mother not be excited and worried about it and whether it goes well or not? You need not worry, Mom, Akatani reassured her. I'll make sure tomorrow goes off without a hitch. He didn't know it at the time, but he will be staying true to that statement. Just not in the way he meant it to be. In the end, Inko didn't really need to do much in preparation for the date. An hour after their conversation, Akatani received a call from Kaminari. After a brief moment to complain about how his parents teased him about what happened during the sports festival, Akatani had to hold in the chuckle when Kaminari recounted burying his face and making dying whale noises when footage of their flight in the first obstacle was rewound for him to watch. Kaminari quickly revealed that his parents were also supportive of their date, even reading off a list of potential date activities his mother came up with on the spot. Akatani's sweat dropped at how long the list was, eventually asking, So what do you want to do tomorrow? Kaminari made a noise of trepidation. Actually, if you don't mind, I want to spend tomorrow working out. What? Because. Oh my god, this is so embarrassing. Akatani could hear his date fumbling over the phone. It's because. You know what effed it. Ilik hoyorbo de luxandai wanto bias buffasiu. What? Could you repeat that? Kaminari took a deep breath. I'm really attracted to your physique. And I want a body like yours too. That's fine, but why did you have to say it so fast earlier? There's nothing embarrassing about that. Well, I thought you were going to tease me about it. Why on earth will I do that? Akatani asked incredulously. You see, back when I was beginning to have a crush on you, I researched on same-sex relationships, Kaminari explained. I came across this dating magazine which talked about relationship dynamics. For us males, there is the seme and the yuk, the DMNT and SBMSSV ones in a relationship respectively. The seme is usually more muscular in appearance and more proactive, while the yuk is slimmer and usually more reactive. I made the connection between the both of us. And well, I also read that a common trait of semes is to tease their yuks to make them squirm. You will not define yourself with harmful heteronormal stereotypes, Akatani interjected firmly. If we are going to pursue this relationship, we are going to be standing on equal planes. We are neither seme or yuk. I will not have my partner think that he is any less of a person than he rightfully is. Do you understand that? It took a moment for Kaminari to reply. Weiss, Mikumo. Good, that's settled then, Akatani relaxed. We'll go to my local gym tomorrow. I'll pick you up at the station. Is there anything else you want to do? Kaminari thought about it for a moment. Maybe we can go to a cat cafe after that. I've never been to one of those before. We can do that too, Akatani replied. I know of a few in my area, though we'll have to take the train. Are you okay with that? That's fine. Great, everything's good to go then, Akatani nodded. Let's say that we meet at the station at 9 tomorrow? Sure thing. Alright, I'll see you then. Good night, Denki. The purple-haired teen blew a kiss into his phone. Kaminari made a love-struck noise. Good night, Mikumo. After that, the connection was cut. Akatani allowed a small grin, putting his phone aside to charge for the night. Getting up to switch off the lights, he ambled back to his bed and slipped under the covers for a good night's rest. Akatani checked his watch. It was 5 minutes to 9 in the morning. Hopefully Kaminari would manage to arrive on time. He couldn't wait to spend the entire day with his date, after all. Oh my god. You're Akatani Mikumo, sports festival champion. The teen inwardly sighed, maintaining a neutral expression when a group of middle schoolers rush up to him like a bunch of rabid fans. Ever since leaving his apartment, he had been stopped and inundated with praise and congratulations from pretty much the entire general public. Old and young alike, many coming up to shake his hand, ask for autographs and selfies, even being offered business propositions for advertising and modeling gigs by company representatives of varying degrees of legitimacy. He understood that this was bound to happen as the entire country at the very least was watching him win the festival, but this was slowly inching towards ridiculous territory. He just hoped that Kaminari would arrive soon, before he accidentally lost his cool on an innocent person. Mikumo. Akatani barely had time to turn around when a familiar blonde date crashed right into him, almost sending him over had it not been for the former's strength in keeping them steady. Akatani wrapped his arms tightly around his date in a strong hug, lifting him off the ground. Honestly, that drew a few stares from other commuters, but given Akatani's public confession to Kaminari at the end of the festival, most didn't really care, ignoring the scarred teen spin his date in the air once before putting him back onto the ground again. I'm so sorry for being late, there was a train delay along my usual line. It's no problem, Denki. I'm just so glad you made it. Kaminari pulled away, and there were the interruptions. I was stopped by God knows how many people either recognizing me from the festival or congratulating me on scoring a date with the winner. I almost missed my train because of that. You too, huh? Akatani raised an eyebrow. I got mostly congratulations from winning the festival, but the most ridiculous interactions were from representatives who came up to me offering modeling gigs. I swear some of them were shady as F-. Let me guess. Kaminari thought about it. Men in suits, crooked smiles, sunglasses and cigarettes sticking out of their mouths. Akatani frowned. Not quite. Though the smiles were not far from the truth. I just got a really exploitative vibe from them. And of FANG course no cigarettes, you can't smoke in the train stations. I know. I'm just kidding with ya. Kaminari threw his arm over his date's shoulders. So, we good to go? Yep. So is this the place? Yep, it's just like your typical gym. The pair were in one of Mizudafu's shopping complexes, standing at the front doors of a privately owned gym. It was quite big, taking up almost half the space available on the floor it was situated. As it was also the weekend, the gym was packed with patrons. At the back of his mind, Kaminari wondered if they would be able to get anything done at such a rate. It's quite crowded. Don't worry, it's not so bad, Akatani reassured, taking his date's hand. The gym has a strict policy of no more than a half hour for treadmills and bicycles, 15 minutes for weight machines, and 10 minutes for free weights per patron. Really? Really? The purple-haired teen nodded. I've known the owners for months now. They are extremely particular about giving every single patron a chance on their desired workout. And they enforce this rule strictly. The only places that don't have cameras covering every angle are the locker rooms and the showers. They have an employee monitor the cameras and make announcements to move people along should they spend too much time in a particular spot. That's really efficient of them. You got that right? Akatani opened the door for his date, letting him first before entering himself. Inside, the sounds of grunting, hard breaths, treadmills running, iron being pumped, and incoherent chatter mixed together in an amalgam of noise. Akatani led his date towards the front desk, signing them both in Kaminari as his guest and collecting towels for themselves. Just as they were about to go, the door behind the desk opened. Out stepped a man with long aquamarine hair tied back in a loose ponytail. He was leanly muscular, had fins in place of ears, scales dotted his cheeks and exposed arms, and his fingers were webbed. He was extremely good-looking, Kaminari inwardly noted. The man's eyes lit up when he noticed them. "Hey, how's the champion doing?" "I'm doing fine, Sakanam-san. You did great during the sports festival," Sakanama continued with a toothy grin. "And you won me a bet with Tsuchiji." "You bet on me." "Of course we did. You know how competitive we are over everything. Now Tsuchiji owes me a date at that really expensive seafood restaurant downtown tonight." "I'm not one for betting, but at least I'm glad that you're able to have a wonderful evening with him," Akatani replied. "Oh yeah, I'm sure you already know this from TV, but this is my date, Kaminari Denki." "Denki, this is Sakanama and Kai, one of the owners of the gym." "It's a pleasure to meet you, Sakanama-san," Kaminari bowed. "Likewise, Kaminari-kun. I'm surprised, though, that you wanted to spend your date here. I thought a nice restaurant or cafe would have been a better place." "We are going to a cat cafe after this," Akatani clarified. "But I want to build up and my strength," Kaminari added, "and also because I want to be as buff as Mikumo." Sakanama chuckled. "I feel you, bro. One of the things I can't beat Tsuchiji at is being as buff as him. Honestly, when someone has been working out since the age of 4, it's hard to top that one." "I heard my name being mentioned," came a deep, gravelly voice. From the door came a tall, huge man with a buzz cut and muscles so big it would put any seasoned bodybuilder to shame. He also had skin that had a stony appearance and his fingers looked like they were made of soil. Kaminari blushed at how the muscles rippled with every small movement, despite how hard the skin was. "And the god himself has been summoned," Sakanama teased. "Kaminari-kun, this is Rikujo Tsuchiji, co-owner of this establishment, and my loving boyfriend." It's a pleasure to meet you, Rikujo-san," the electric blonde slightly stuttered. "Pleasure," Rikujo nodded. "You okay there, kid? You're really red." Sakanama had a knowing look, confiding to his boyfriend, "I think he's quite taken to your eye-catching appearance, Tsuchiji." Understanding the insinuation, Rikujo smirked. "See something you like?" The man flexed his bicep and chuckled at how Kaminari's blush intensified, sparks of electricity crackling throughout his body. Akatani was not amused. "I'd appreciate it if you would not short-circuit my date, Rikujo-san." I know, I'm just teasing him," the man laughed. "Anyway, we won't disturb you two any longer. Have a great workout, and remember to follow the rules." "Thank you, and we will," Akatani nodded. "Let's go, Denki." Taking Kaminari's hand, he led them to the lockers to stow away their belongings. The pair then went to an empty section to the side of the gym which was lined with mirrors and had mats stacked up against it. "All right, first things first, stretching," said Akatani. "Follow my lead." One thing that Kaminari quickly learned about his date was that he was extremely flexible. Akatani was able to reach various parts of his body as easily as breathing, while he was having difficulty even touching his toes in a downward stretch. Though, that may have also been because he was just the tiniest bit distracted by his date's muscles. "It's okay if you can't go all the way," Akatani reassured. "Your body is just not used to it. Over time you will achieve better flexibility." Kaminari felt a little better after that. Once stretching was done, came the real workout. Akatani took his role as the personal trainer very seriously, Kaminari realized. At every weight machine he would analyze the blonde's form, movement and placement of effort, correcting any imperfections that could otherwise cause damage to his muscles or tendons if he were to keep going at it. Even at the free weights, Akatani always positioned himself behind Kaminari, guiding him in the proper way of lifting the dumbbells without straining his muscles until he was sure the blonde could do it by himself. Then again, Kaminari was distracted once more, feeling his date's hard, muscled chest press up behind his back, his calloused hands guiding his own and basically being enveloped in Akatani's warmth. Can you really blame him for not being able to keep his concentration on track at all times? Anyway, flustered hearts aside, Kaminari went through quite a good workout in his terms. Akatani made sure to set the weights were set at what was comfortable for him, and he made him take breaks in between sets and machines to replenish his fluid levels. Akatani also served as a pseudo-cheerleader of sorts, encouraging him through difficult reps and rewarding him with hugs and kisses to the cheek for every completed set. Kaminari quite liked that, to be honest. As it was, he had just finished his latest set of 20 reps doing a dumbbell bench press. Setting the dumbbells down, he lifted himself up from the bench, breathing a bit from the exertion. "You did well, Denki, good job," Akatani praised, leaning in to kiss his date on the cheek. Kaminari giggled. "Disgusting, FINGFGS?" That was when everything came crashing down. Both teens slowly turned around. "What did you FING call us?" It was a middle-aged man, with splotchy skin and the beginnings of a beer belly. He sneered, "They've gots, that's what you are. Freaks of nature." At first, no one seemed to notice, or even pay attention to what the man had just said. But everyone quickly did, when Akatani stepped forward, crackled his electricity into his fist, and punched the man right in the cheek, dislodging a yellowed tooth from his gums. The force of the impact sent the man crashing to the ground, barely missing another gym-goer who was only innocently passing by. People shrieked. Heads and eyes turned. Conversations were silenced and workouts interrupted. The splotchy man growled as he tried to pick himself up. "You piece of..." Akatani produced a WHP of electricity and cracked it over the man's exposed skin, making him shout in pain. His skin broke, letting BLD seep out. "Words cannot describe your stain upon this world, you motherfucking douchebag." The man stood no chance as Kaminari appeared, struggling with a 10-kilogram dumbbell. The blonde threw the dumbbell onto the man's stomach, forcing spittle and phlegm to spray from his mouth. As the watching crowd took steps back, Sakanuma and Rikujo came running to the scene. "What's going on here?" asked Sakanuma. "This homophobic son of a beach called us disgusting ifs and freaks of nature because he saw me kissing my date, Sakanuma-san. We took offense to that." Akatani replied. Then came a collective shiver as a dark aura began rising around Rikujo. "Nibiki, this is the 10th complaint we've heard about you in less than a week, but you have crossed the line with that slur. I don't know what your problem is for not knowing basic decency, but you clearly don't have the right to remain a member of this gym." The towering mass of muscle stepped forward and grabbed the groaning Nibiki by the scruff of his tank top. He turned to his boyfriend, "Inkai, go and remove this filth from the members' register and put a lifetime ban on his name. I'm going to throw him out." Sakanuma nodded grimly. He turned to the two teens. "Are you both all right?" "We're fine," said Akatani. "Has that man really been causing problems for a while now?" asked Kaminari. "Unfortunately," Sakanuma confirmed, "I'm sorry that your date was interrupted by that horrible man." "That's okay," Kaminari perked up. "We both handed his butt to him, so it's all good." "If you say so." As Sakanuma left, Akatani turned to his date. "Denki, are you really feeling okay?" The electric blonde sagged a little. "To be honest, it did hurt when that BSD threw that homophobic slur at us." "Were there previous times that you were the victim of such hate speech?" asked Akatani. "This was the first time I was targeted personally," Kaminari revealed. "But back in my old middle school, I would often witness homophobic attacks on my classmates and schoolmates on a daily basis." "Didn't the teachers do anything?" "Not that I was aware of." The two fell silent for a moment. Akatani spoke up. "Why don't we finish off with some cool down on the bicycles? It'll work some of the stress out." "Your call, Mikumo." The pair headed over to the stationary bicycles. Claiming two, they adjusted themselves and began their cool down. They chatted idly for a few minutes, when Kaminari noticed what was currently playing on a nearby flat-screen television. "Hey Mikumo, look." "What is it?" "The TV. Isn't that Ida's brother?" Akatani followed his date's finger to the screen. The channel was on the local news station, the camera on the anchor as she delivered the mid-morning news. On a picture imposed next to the anchor was indeed a picture of Ida Tensei, the pro-hero known as Ingenium. But it was what the anchor was saying and the headline that had his attention. "Hero killer strikes again. Latest victim pro-hero Ingenium." In one of our recent stories this hour, for those who are just tuning in, the feared hero killer has claimed his latest victim, the turbo hero, Ingenium. Ingenium was attacked yesterday afternoon while on patrol in Hosu City in broad daylight, after confronting the villain in an alleyway. Unlike many of the hero killer's other victims, Ingenium survived the attack and was discovered soon after by a passerby. He was rushed to Hosu General Hospital where he is currently in stable condition. However, sources tell us at Channel 10 News that it is increasingly unlikely that Ingenium will be able to continue professional hero work once he is discharged. We are joined here in the studio by Dash. Oh my god, Kaminari was stunned, his pedaling slowed to a stop. Akatani was speechless. He had heard about the hero killer, otherwise known by his name Stain. A former vigilante going by the name of Stendhal, Stain had been the perpetrator of the deaths of 17 pro-heroes and the permanent incapacitation of 23 others. Stain had gone through his campaign of terror under the promise of purging society of all fake heroes. While that in itself was not that bad of an ideal, Akatani had to admit, Stain had done this through murder and bloodshed. It was no surprise that the former vigilante was now labeled as a villain. But there was something that confused Akatani greatly. Why was Ingenium attacked? Back when he was still Midoriya Izuku, he had done some research on Stain. The hero killer's modus operandi targeted pro-heroes that were either in the occupation for the fame or the money. But as far as he knew, Ingenium did not fit into that criteria. Sure, Ingenium did come from a wealthy background, but he was by far the shining example of an exemplary hero. Ingenium was known for his relaxed, humble personality. He had even worked with several well-known vigilantes during his tenure. So why Ingenium? What did he do wrong? Then a thought crossed Akatani's mind. Or maybe Ingenium did nothing wrong. He was just doing his civic duty as a pro-hero. That means Stain has become deluded and warped by his ideology. He can no longer tell the difference between good heroes and bad ones. I can't imagine what Ida is going through right now, Kaminari remarked. And there was the other problem. Akatani knew Ida and his family would be devastated over the attack on Ingenium. But the biggest question was an unknown and more unsettling. How was Ida in particular going to react to this attack? Will he keep his head on tight and work through possible ways forward with his brother and family? Or will his emotions get the better of his rational thought, and he ends up doing something that would only cause problems for everyone later on? He had no answers currently, and short of calling Ida, which would be the worst thing to do while the family is still reeling from this traumatic incident, there was nothing he could do. However, he was the vice president of Class 1A. And dmed he be if he did not do his sworn duty of looking out for his classmates, in this case, Ida. Mikumo, will Ida be okay? I honestly don't know, Denki. The pair sat in silence for several moments, eventually returning back to their pedaling for another 10 minutes. I think we can call it a day here, said Akatani as he got up and stretched. So, Cat Cafe next? Yep. After a shower and change of clothes, the teens bade farewell to Sakanuma and Rikujo before departing from the gym. They made their way to the train station, hand in hand, chatting idly as they took the train up to northern Mizudafu, followed by a 20-minute walk to the Cat Cafe. I forgot to ask, Mikumo, said Kaminari, what kind of food does the cafe serve? I'm getting kinda hungry, so I was hoping we can get lunch at the same time. I didn't bring a lot of money with me, you see. You don't need to worry, Denki. The cafe itself is quite big. It's split into two sections, one part where you get to play with the cats, while the second acts as an actual cafe where snacks, pastries and full meals are sold. They keep the sections separate so as to not get cat fur in the food. Oh, well, that is a relief, Kaminari sighed. I was worried that I didn't have enough for lunch. Even if that were the case, Akatani interjected, I intend to pay for both our lunches. I am treating you after all. A Cupid's arrow shot into the blonde's heart. Mikumo, Kaminari buried his reddening face in his hands. Why must you squeeze my heart like this? Akatani kissed his date's hand. Because I can, that's WH-SRECC crash. The sweet atmosphere was suddenly broken. What was that? Kaminari shrieked. Sounded like a car accident, Akatani realized. We should go see if we can help. His train of thought was interrupted when he heard loud voices shouting from nearby, followed by the thud of something hitting his legs. Looking down, Akatani did a double take. It was a little girl, probably no older than 5. She had long, pale bluish-gray hair that was mottled at the ends, with a large horn protruding from the right side of her forehead near her hairline. She was barefoot, and dressed in a short-sleeved nightgown that was faded and rather worn down. But what immediately made Akatani concerned was the bandages covering her arms to her wrists and her legs down to her ankles. And the fact that she looked downright terrified, clinging onto his breathed leg as if her very life depended on it. Kaminari, for his part, was surprised and very confused. What the? There she is. Both teens turned to the unfamiliar voice, while the girl squeaked and tried to hide herself into Akatani. Across the alley from where they were standing were three men, one in a long hooded white robe and another in a cartoonish black suit, and the last in smart casual clothes with a fur-lined bomber jacket, all wearing masks that reminded him of those worn by plague doctors during the pre-Quirk medieval PRD in Europe. Just from their menacing looks and rapid approach towards them, Akatani knew they were men of ill will and intention. So he did what was naturally to be done. He hoisted the little girl up with one arm, grabbed Kaminari with his free hand, and broke off into a sprint in the opposite direction, right into the busy flow of human traffic. Stop right there. Give her back. The three men gave chase right after. Kaminari just grew even more bewildered, and also a tad bit scared. Mkmo, what are you doing? We need to give the girl back. This is kidnapping. No, Denki. Akatani grunted back, trying to avoid hitting other people. Those men are up to no good. Didn't you see how terrified she was? We need to get the girl away from them. But trust me on this, Denki. Whether or not the electric blonde trusted his date or not in this increasingly bizarre and terrifying situation didn't matter in the following seconds, as he glanced back and paled significantly. They're gaining on us. Hold on tight, everyone. Tightening his grip on both his date and the girl, Akatani kickstarted his electric flight with a loud crack, unfortunately electrocuting a few passerbys in his wake. The three men cursed when he shot upwards into the air at great speed, the shrieks of the girl and Kaminari echoing alongside crackling electricity. They're getting away. Don't just stand there. Follow them. Flying with two individuals in tow was something Akatani had never done before. While he had the body strength to carry both Kaminari and the little girl, the extra weight meant his flight pattern was less smooth and more erratic. It was clearly traumatizing for the little girl, who was beginning to weep from the unfamiliar sensation of being airborne. We need to land somewhere. Kaminari shouted over the howl of the wind. Got it? Seeing the roof of an ordinary office building up ahead, Akatani began his descent. He touched down onto the roof with a few awkward steps. Letting go of Kaminari, he quickly brought the girl to his chest and tried to soothe her tears. Shoo, it's okay, little girl. We're not going to hurt you. Everything's good now. You're safe. Those bad men won't hurt you anymore. He stroked his fingers through her rough, mottled hair and rubbed soothing circles over her back. It took a few minutes, but eventually the girl's weeps softened and she calmed down enough for her breathing to return to normal. Sniffling, she wiped away the tears. Little girl, can you tell us your name? She seemed a bit hesitant, but she eventually whispered, Eri-chan, who were those men? I don't know who the man in the white robe or black suit are. But the man in the jacket is Overhaul. I have to help him. Akatani shared a concerned look with Kaminari. Denki, you have your phone, right? I need you to do a quick search on any villains going by the name of Overhaul. Right. Akatani turned back to Eri. Why do you have to help Overhaul? Eri looked down, almost ashamed. I'm sick. Sick? It's not just me, everyone is sick. What do you mean, Eri-chan? Mikumo, I now understand your reason to run from those men. He turned to Kaminari. What did you manage to find? The blonde had a concerned look. This Overhaul guy is apparently the head of a criminal Yakuza group called the Shai Hasaikai, or the 8 Precepts of Death. The group had been investigated before over the trafficking and distribution of a quirk enhancement drag called Trigger, which makes any quirk stronger, but often at the cost of the user's mental abilities and logical reasoning. The drag has been responsible for countless lives lost and untold property damage when the users go berserk. Being mindful of Eri in his lap, Akatani cursed inwardly. He returned to the girl again. What is this sickness you're referring to? She replied, almost inaudibly, Q quirks. The temperature on the roof dropped. Overhaul said the world is sick because of quirks. He wants to cure the world of the sickness. Kaminari became stricken with horror. Akatani tried his best to maintain his cool. And how does Overhaul intend to cure the world of this sickness? Eri glanced at her bandaged limbs. My sickness is in my BLD, Overhaul says, and my BLD cures others of their sickness. Overhaul takes my BLD to put into other people, curing them. Kaminari looked ready to puke, and Akatani's calm mask cracked. However, there was no time to dwell over the horrifying revelations, for they had company. Hand the girl over. Kaminari scrambled over to Akatani, who kept Eri close. The three men who had been pursuing them earlier had arrived onto the roof, trapping them. Overhaul stepped forward, hand outstretched expectantly. If you want to get out of this unscathed, you'd best listen to my demands. How about no, Overhaul? Akatani shot back, pulling himself and Kaminari to their feet. We know who you are and what you are doing. Eri told us herself. There is no way in fresh hell that we would hand her over to a monster like you. Overhaul scowled. Then you leave us no choice. Eri, come over here at once, or else I will kill those two. The terrified girl looked torn, unsure whether to stay with her savior and risk getting them killed or return to Overhaul where the unimaginable horror that she had been living with for a year awaited her. But in the end she wasn't given the choice. You can take Eri over our dead bodies, Overhaul, Akatani spat defiantly. Overhaul turned to his associate, Chronostasis. The man in the white robe nodded. Before anyone could blink, a lock of hair shaped like an arrow burst out from the under the hood straight towards the teens. It was only through Akatani's lightning-fast reflexes was he able to pull Kaminari out of the way, the hair just missing the blonde and embedding itself into the concrete wall. Denki, hold on to me and Eri-chan tight. Akatani did a leap, and threw the three of them off the roof. A few seconds of free fall in, he activated his electric flight again. Rising back up to the roof's level, he dodged another arrow of hair. Chronostasis growled and fired another arrow. Only this time, Akatani was ready. The teen, at the last second with his free hand, grabbed the hair around them, and with a sharp, strong tug, pulled the robed villain off the roof before immediately letting go. Overhaul tried to use his quirk to save him, but a blast of electricity distracted him from saving his associate. Chronostasis screamed in mortal peril as he fell to his death a few hundred meters down to the road below, hitting the tarmac in a splatter of BLD, pulpified organs and shattered bones. Screams echoed as bystanders watched the villain's life come to a messy end. Akatani returned to glare at Overhaul and his remaining associate. Who's next? Mimic, finish. The cartoonish villain took out what appeared to be an auto-injector. He stabbed the needle into his neck and pushed the button. Right in front of the teen's eyes, Mimic began to grow and expand in size until the black suit seemed to burst apart, revealing a large, muscular man with spiked-up ash-blonde hair. The villain then got on all fours and sank into the roof as if through water. Overhaul then leapt off the roof himself, his ungloved hand touching against the windows as he fell. The teens watched in disbelief as the glass seemed to deconstruct and reconstruct itself around Overhaul, acting as an elevator that brought the villains safely to the ground. Immediately after, the building began to change. Windows shattered, sending a downpour of glass raining down onto the road below. The concrete and steel frame of the building seemed to take on a life of its own, moving and shaking about. Kaminari blanched as people who were still inside and hadn't gotten the chance to escape were sent flying out and tumbling to their deaths. Mikomo, we have to do something. Akatani grit his teeth in frustration. He knew by himself there was nothing he could do to save all those people. He just hoped the heroes would get here soon, because right now, Mimic was about to target them. From the shaking building, large chunks of concrete shot out towards the airborne trio. They came one after another, forcing Akatani to dodge sharply and at high speed. This was proving too much for Eri, who was crying uncontrollably. Then came another chunk of concrete. It hurtled towards the airborne trio just as Akatani dodged the previous one and was still reeling from the inertia. Kaminari screamed as certain death rushed towards them, screwing his eyes shut to block out the inevitable. Thinking fast, Akatani released a charged ball of electricity that when shot against the chunk, blew it apart into harmless pieces. It was then he had a brainwave. Denki, remember how during the sports festival our electricity combined with explosive results? What are you suggesting? That villain is controlling the building somehow. We need to collapse the building onto the villain to stop him. Kaminari turned his head so hard he almost got whiplash. Are you crazy? There might be people still inside. Not to mention all the bystanders. Akatani glanced down to the road while dodging another chunk of concrete. The heroes and paramedics have already arrived, and were implementing damage control, keeping back the growing crowd of onlookers, tending to the injured and clearing away the dead. The most important detail, however, was that no one was near the building. I'm willing to risk it. We've got to stop that villain, otherwise more people will be threatened. How are we going to do that? Akatani blasted another chunk of concrete. We've got to concentrate our power into the middle of the building and let it explode outwards. It will destroy the support columns and cause the building to pancake down on itself. With a bit of luck, the cascade of debris will be only directed downwards, not outwards towards the people. But what if there are people still inside? Asked Kaminari. I'm banking on the possibility that the erratic movements of the building have forced everyone to vacate at this point, said Akatani, but right now, we need to focus on the villain. Kaminari wasn't completely sold on the plan, but it was the only one they currently had, lest they get distracted and then knocked out of the sky by the incoming concrete chunks. Denki, take hold of my hand. Kaminari realized a problem with that. But if I release my hand, Eri will fall. Cursing under his breath, Akatani forced his electricity to encircle around his date and Eri like a rope, keeping all three secured. Quickly, Kaminari grabbed his hand and interlocked their fingers. I honestly don't know how this is going to work, but we've got to channel our electricity together into a charged-up ball and shoot it right into the middle of the building. My gut instinct is that we only have one shot at this, so we gotta get it right. Are you ready? Kaminari swallowed. I guess as I'll ever be. On my count, 3, their joined hands started glowing, bolts of electricity green and yellow began coursing up their arms towards their hands. Kaminari thought it would be difficult to summon his electricity so forcefully, but with Akatani, it was surprisingly easy. Granted, the energy appeared to fight for its release, but the sheer will from both teens kept it contained. Just barely. 2, from their joined hands, a ball of crackling electricity in a mix of green and yellow formed. 1, the ball grew until it was the size of a bowling ball. Now, Kaminari didn't care about anything other than releasing the built-up electrical power created between him and his date. There was a loud crack, and the ball blasted from their hands and shot straight into the building through a shattered window. Inside, unseen by the two teens, the ball bounced right into the middle of the floor. It crackled for a moment longer, when all of the energy inside it erupted into an explosion of force so intense it blew apart the already weakened support columns like toothpicks. With nothing holding the floor above, the ceiling fell in, taking the rest of the floors above with it. Mimic suddenly had tons of concrete, metal and steel come crashing down upon him in a great roar of noise. A stampede almost broke out amongst the crowd below as everyone rushed to get away from the falling debris and the advancing cloud of dust. Inside the crumbling building, Mimic tried to cancel his quirk to escape, only for a steel beam to impale him from behind, cut through his torso and burst out of his chest. The life had barely left the villain's body when it hit the pile of rubble and was quickly buried by the rest of the building caving in onto it. Finally, the rumbling faded away as the dust spread in all directions and began to clear. Akatani sighed in relief. The rubble had not spilled out onto the road or hit the surrounding buildings. As far as he could tell, no one was hurt during the collapse. But that quickly got thrown into the back burner when Kaminari screamed, as did many on the ground. In the momentary distraction caused by the collapsed building, Overhaul had begun his assault. Slamming his hand into the tarmac, he reconstructed them into large, sharp spikes, and sent them in a rolling fissure towards the heroes and civilians. Many were caught by the spikes, some gruesomely. Hand over the girl, or all the civilians will die. Overhaul shouted up to the airborne trio. What do we do now, Mikumo? People are going to get killed. Kaminari cried desperately. Down below, While their comrades worked to protect the civilians, two heroes, one with a ground quirk and the other with tree-like limbs, rushed forwards to take down Overhaul. The masked villain didn't even flinch, jamming a finger each into their bodies once they got within arm's length. Both heroes screamed as parts of their bodies were deconstructed. As they fell, Overhaul grabbed them by their necks. The heroes were unwilling fused with the villain, reconstructed into a towering monster made of earth, with tree trunks for legs and branches with leaves for hands. OFNG hell. Akatani cursed inwardly again. While his quirk was powerful, he knew its effects would be severely limited against non-conductors such as plant and earth matter. From observations of how Overhaul's quirk worked, even if he was able to hack off parts of the villain's reconstructed body with his electricity, Akatani was sure it wouldn't be difficult for Overhaul to regrow those parts. As it was, their options were limited. Overhaul was already firing tree branches at considerable speed at them, forcing Akatani to once go on the defensive dodging spree. By this stage, exhaustion was already beginning to creep through Akatani's body. He knew he couldn't keep this up for much longer, staying airborne and fending off Overhaul's attacks. And the villain wasn't giving him any room to fire an attack. Increasingly, it was a dire situation with no easy way out. Sandwiched between the two teens, Eri frantically glanced about. Somehow, she could sense that her savior was already tired, losing the battle against the man who was supposed to take care of her, only to put her through hell day after day, torturing her with needles and machines to draw her BLD, all for the purpose of curing others. She had only spent God knows how little time with her savior, but she already knew that he was the one who would bring her out to the light and protect her from the darkness that was Overhaul and the Shai Hasaikai. All this while, Overhaul had only taught her that her quirk was a sickness, a curse upon herself and the world. He had taught her to fear it like the monster under children's beds. But in the short time she had been protected by Akatani and Kaminari, she had seen this sickness and curse used to fight the real monsters that had plagued her life, Overhaul and his associates. There was nothing bad about quirks, only people were bad. Eri squeaked when she was suddenly jolted to the side. Akatani had just barely dodged another rush of foliage and tree branches. His movements had become dangerously sluggish, and it appeared that he was having difficulty maintaining altitude. Eri subconsciously knew that this would be the best moment for Overhaul to strike. "Nikuma, watch out!" Kaminari screamed. Eri's heart palpitated in terror as Overhaul sent another rush of foliage towards them. As Akatani was still reeling from the inertia and slowed by exhaustion, it was dangerously clear that he would not be able to dodge it in time. So without warning, with no regard to her personal safety whatsoever, Eri squeezed herself into view. Just as the foliage came within an arm's length of the trio, she let out a loud cry, horn glowing brightly, and slammed her hand right into the thicket of leaves. A split second later, and her quirk went into effect. The mass of tree branches and leaves came to a sudden halt, and began to glow. Rapidly expanding into unimaginable shapes, the mass began to crumble away as its physical state was reversed. The deconstruction started slow, but quickly gained speed. In a matter of seconds the glow had reached the main body and was followed by the reversal. As the fused body fell apart, the two heroes, who were at the base of the body, slumped onto the tarmac and remained motionless. It took another few seconds for Overhaul to come back into view. As the villain was about a few hundred meters in the air when the last traces of the fused body crumbled away, he began to fall. Kaminari, who was still high with adrenaline, wasn't going to let Overhaul get away. "You motherfucking son of a were," he screamed, "burn in hell." The blonde pulled his signature move, indiscriminate discharge 1,300,000 volts, right at Overhaul. However, as the hand directed at the falling villain was still interlocked with Akatani's hand, instead of electricity firing indiscriminately, it came out as a solid beam. As it hit, the electricity pierced through Overhaul's body, short-circuiting every major organ and sending him into a painful cardiac arrest. By the time his corpse hit the tarmac, it was charred and smoldering liberally. The moment the electricity dissipated, Kaminari's body went into shutdown from quirk overuse. Eri too had slipped into unconsciousness from straining her quirk to the furthest since its manifestation, her horn now just barely visible on her forehead. Akatani remained the only one who was still conscious, but that too was quickly fading. Not wasting any time, he slowly lowered the three of them down towards the tarmac, which had reformed itself when Overhaul's quirk was reversed and subsequently destroyed. He had barely time to set everyone down when the exhaustion finally overcame him. He hit the tarmac in a dead faint right after. As his eyelids flickered close, the last things he registered were the shouts of the crowd and the footsteps of both pro-heroes and paramedics rushing towards them. Mikumo, Mikumo, Akatani stirred. Something was calling out his name. Mikumo. Open your eyes. Slowly, his eyelids fluttered open. At first, his vision was blurry. He couldn't really make out what was in front of him. Then he blinked several times and rubbed his eyes. His vision gradually cleared up. Where am I? He appeared to be in some kind of dark void that was saturated with light, and he was suspended in the air, his feet hanging limply over nothing. He could move his limbs, but it didn't appear that he could physically change his position. It was as if someone had strung him up like a Thanksgiving turkey about to be slaughtered for the oven. And there was the question of what was he doing in this void. Mikumo, who's there? At first, nothing happened. Then his chest began to glow. Akatani gasped as his body was jerked forward. A glowing orb of light of a viridescent color shot out of his chest. It orbited around him at fast speeds, before bursting into a cloud of sparkles. Akatani watched in awe as the sparkles seemed to coalesce together into a humanoid form. It had no discernible features, and it didn't appear to have legs. We meet, Mikumo. Who are you? My name has been forgotten by human memory. What are you then? I am a power, Mikumo. You mean my quirk? The figure shook their head. No, Mikumo, I am not a quirk as you humans describe them. I am a power, born from the workings of the universe. How is that different? Asked the confused Akatani. Quirks are part of human genetics. I am not a human feature. I was created long before quirks became common, in the great unknowns of the universe. I came to your world just when the great quirk wars were being fought, where I have bonded with individuals who were destined to change the world with their actions. So I am technically a carrier then, Akatani surmised, a vessel for you? That is correct, Mikumo. Akatani fell silent for a moment, before finding his thoughts. If you are a sentient being, how was it that I didn't hear from you earlier? Whenever I bond with a human, Mikumo, the initial connection is dormant. A catalyst is required to open the connection between me and the human. In your case, our connection was forged when you and your date Denki combined electricity to take down a villain whose evil knows no bounds. Akatani nodded, then, where are we? We're deep inside your mindscape. As it is, you are unconscious, lying in a hospital bed. Denki is in the bed next to you, while the little girl you saved is currently being questioned by the police. And is there something I need to know? Since our connection has been opened, I am able to communicate with you through your conscience in your times of need. I will become your confidant. You can ask me anything, and I will do my best to answer. I only have one question now, said Akatani. Since this power I wield is not actually a quirk, does that mean it is not bound to natural limitations? To some extent. Quirk suppressants, and the cancellation or elimination of a quirk through whatever means will be useless against the power you are hosting. However, nothing in the universe is perfect. The power, while replenishable, is ultimately finite. And it is the reason why the Reaper has not claimed you yet. If you are to completely deplete your core in one shot, our connection will be broken, and your life will come to an end without the power to support it. I understand. Excellent, the figure nodded. Now, Mikumo, it is time to wake. There is someone who needs to speak to you. You need not worry, I will be with you. With that, the light saturating the void grew increasingly brighter. The figure shimmered and burst into a cloud of sparkles, which coalesced into the orb of light from before and shot back into Akatani's chest. The void rumbled like an earthquake was rolling in, the light almost blinding. Then, everything seemed to implode on itself, throwing Akatani right back into the mortal realm. His eyes snapped open with a soft gasp. It took a moment for Akatani to realize where he was. As the figure in his mindscape had said, he was in a hospital ward, the smell of disinfectant strong on his nostrils and the regular, timely beeps of the heart monitor he was attached to. He slowly attempted to sit up, only to realize he couldn't move much because his left wrist was handcuffed to the side of the bed. Oh, shit, Akatani didn't have to think too much to know why he was in his current predicament. In fighting Overhaul and his two lackeys, he and Kaminari had caused untold property damage, had a hand in injuring dozens of innocent lives, quite possibly killing all 3 Yakuza members, and breaking all kinds of Quirk laws at the same time. Mikumo? He turned to the bed next to his own. Kaminari had just regained consciousness. Mikumo, are you there? I'm here, Shiggy. Akatani could literally hear the relief in his date's voice. Mikumo, where are we? And then came the frantic confusion. WIMI handcuffed to the bed. Mikumo, what's going on? I've been handcuffed too, Akatani replied. It's to prevent us from escaping. Escaping? From Wadash, the memories came flooding back. Sheet. Is it because of what we did? As much as I don't want to believe so, I think it is. Fear not, Mikumo. You will be safe. As Kaminari started to panic, Akatani heard the figure's soothing voice in his head, but before he could react or even come up with a single thought, a door opened. Footsteps rushed in, then someone literally climbed up his hospital bed and threw themselves into him. Reeling from the air knocked out of his lungs, it took a moment for Akatani to realize it was Eri who was clinging onto him as if her very life depended on it. She was trembling hard, and it didn't take much to know that she was crying. Akatani quickly rubbed gentle circles on her back with his free hand. She refused to answer any of my questions. She only wanted you. Akatani looked up. A familiar detective entered the ward, closing the door behind him. Detective Tsukachi, we meet again. Tsukachi nodded, going up to the 2 teens' beds. You can't imagine my surprise when I heard that you 2 were involved in the attack downtown earlier. I'm hoping I can hear your and the little girl's side of the story, because I would honestly not want to have to SRT the sports festival winner and his date to prison for violation of Quirk laws, kidnapping, property damage and murder. A fresh wave of panic washed over Kaminari, while Akatani hid his rising fear behind a neutral mask. I will admit that Denki and I went overboard when rescuing Eri-chan, but she clearly needed to be protected from the monster that was Overhaul and his minions. The detective produced a notepad and pen. Explain, if you will. Also, my quirk is lie detector, which means I will be able to tell if you are speaking the truth or lying. Akatani nodded, beginning his account. Overhaul already has a bad track record with the smuggling and trafficking of the quirk enhancement drags trigger. Then, Denki and I found out that he was using Eri-chan to create a drag that could destroy a person's quirk. Truth, Tsukachi stopped writing. Could you repeat that again? Overhaul was using Eri-chan's BLD to create a drag that could completely and permanently erase a person's quirk from their body. Kaminari backed up his date's words. Truth, the detective went deathly pale. He turned to Eri. Is this true, Erden? The frightened girl was hesitant to speak, but Akatani gently coaxed her. It's okay, Erden. This man is not going to hurt you. He protects others, keeps them safe from bad people. You can talk to him, he is a good person. Eri stayed silent for a moment longer, before slowly stammering. Overhaul said the world I is sick. He has said the sickness is I in my BBLD. Overhaul you uses my BBLD to secure the sickness I in others. And this sickness is quirks? Asked Tsukachi. Yes, Eri replied. Truth, the detective took a loud, shuddering breath. He spent several moments trying to pull himself together, before turning to Akatani. As a law enforcement officer, I thank you 2 enough wholeheartedly for saving Eri from a monstrous villain like Overhaul. However, this doesn't excuse the fact that the both of you caused untold property damage, had a play in dozens of injuries, and violated literally all of the quirk laws in place. Akatani's lips thinned. He did not regret saving Eri hours before, but his worry about the repercussions was starting to rear its head. Poor Kaminari looked like he was going to pass out from fear. It would take a literal miracle to get them out of this mess. The door opened again. Good to see you're awake, both of you. Principal Nizu. The hybrid principal of Yui bounced into the ward jovially, followed closely by a bespectacled man with combed green hair accentuated with golden stripes, dressed immaculately in a gray suit. Akatani instantly recognized the man as Sir Night Eye, the former sidekick of All Might. Eri eyed the hero with a nervous glance. Before I continue, Nizu said, I want to introduce to you someone who you both have inadvertently helped through your actions today. Sir Night Eye, former sidekick to All Might, Quirk, foresight, allows him to accurately see a target's movement and actions for a full hour. The aforementioned hero raised an eyebrow, while Nizu took on an interested look. I didn't know you two were acquainted, Akatani-kun. We aren't, Principal Nizu, Akatani shook his head. I just know the facts beforehand. Sir nodded approvingly. Impressive. Sir Night Eye had been investigating Overhaul and the Shai Hasaikai for several years now, Nizu explained. His main goal was to break up the Yakuza and see Overhaul and his minions sent to Tartarus. But Akatani-kun, you and your date literally did his job for him. There is not a lot that surprises me, Akatani-kun, Sir added, but hearing how you and Kaminari-kun essentially crippled the Shai Hasaikai without any planning or discretion is perhaps one of the rare exceptions. Our first intention wasn't to kill Overhaul or his two minions, Akatani replied. It was to protect Eri-chan. And that noble intention is what will protect you from legal repercussions. Nizu declared brightly. All eyes turned to the principal. Principal Nizu, Tsukachi was stunned. Hear me out, everyone, Nizu raised his paws placatingly. I know Akatani-kun and Kaminari-kun dealt with dangerous villains in less than legal ways, and people were hurt in the process. However, it was Overhaul's actions that got people hurt, am I right, detective? Tsukachi slowly nodded. According to our reports, the injuries sustained by the public were due to Overhaul's quirk. There we go. Nizu beamed, and while the collateral damage is considerable, I'd say that even certain pro-heroes get away with causing massive collateral damage when dealing with villains. Am I right again, detective? Yes, Tsukachi conceded, but even so, there's the illegal quirk usage. No trouble, the principal was also prepared for that. We'll just not acknowledge the two boys' role in taking down the villains and assign them probation. That way, we'll satisfy all parties involved without ruining any futures or going through any further legal issues. Trust Principal Nizu to come up with such ideas, Akatani thought to himself. Tsukachi appeared to be in quite the quandary. I don't know if the commissioner is going to agree with this. If anything, I support Principal Nizu's proposal. Sir stepped forward. I'd rather not see the lives of two outstanding heroes wasted because we decided to be unyielding when, despite all the destruction their involvement caused, they did a great service to the country. The detective found himself with his hands metaphorically tied. I'll talk to the commissioner about this. Very well. I'll leave you to it then, Nizu grinned. Tsukachi put away his notepad and pen, then went around to unclasp the HNDCFFS from Akatani and Kaminari's wrists. As he stepped outside to make the call, Nizu confided to the two teens, of course, this won't be going into either of your records, but do try to refrain from causing massive upheaval so soon after the fact, will you? I'll do my best, Principal Nizu, Akatani replied, Kaminari nodding vigorously. That being said, Sir Night Eye adjusted his glasses. Even though you won't be getting the recognition you deserve, as a pro-hero, I cannot thank you and Kaminari-kun enough for dealing with the Shai Hasaikai. You two have brought justice upon those who wished to cause chaos and disorder to our society and saved a young girl from a terrible fate. But what's going to happen to Eri-chan, Sir Night Eye-san? Asked Kaminari. We're currently going through the records to see if she has any family or friends who are capable of taking her in, the bespectacled pro-hero replied. But as it is, we have been unsuccessful. Normally, this would have automatically sent Eri-chan into the foster system, Nizu continued, but given how she has refused to let go of you, Akatani-kun, and caused quite a scene when Detective Tsukachi tried to question her earlier, I think you might find that you will have a younger sister soon. To be honest, Akatani didn't mind that. But he had questions. But how can we fully guarantee Eri-chan's safety? While the Shai Hasaikai might have been neutralized, who's to say that she won't be targeted by the group's remaining members, or other Yakuza and villain groups like the League? And there's also my mother we have to include as well. We're sorting out all of the paperwork now, but we hope that Eri-chan will be placed under witness protection and as a ward of Yui. Nizu continued, if your mother is to take custody of Eri-chan, she too will be given this two-pronged protection. Oh thank heavens, Akatani sighed in relief. What's going to happen, Akatani? Eri asked out of confusion and slight fear. The teen made sure his eyes were comforting and warm. Nothing bad, Eri. You're going to become my younger sister. A sister? Akatani nodded. No more overhaul or bad people. My mother and I will take care of you. And me too, Kaminari added from his bed. It didn't take much for the little girl's eyes to become watery again. Sniffing, she rubbed away her would-be tears, and for the first time ever, her lips spread into a smile, albeit wobbly. Thank you. The atmosphere in the ward became significantly warmer. That reminds me, Nizu clapped his paws together, your parents should have arrived by now. And right on cue, the ward door opened. A couple rushed inside like bats out of hell and made beelines straight towards Kaminari. Left behind in their wake, Inko's entrance was more relaxed, as she had been told Eri was with her son. Hello, Eri-chan. Inko smiled warmly. I am Mikumo's mother. And Mikumo. That's my given name, Eri-chan, Akatani replied. How are you feeling? Inko asked gently, do you need me to get you anything? For Eri, she didn't need much. All she wanted was the genuine love and care by people who will protect her, like a family would. And she was definitely going to get it, if Akatani and Inko had anything to say about that. Everything was smooth sailing after that. Nizu and Sir Night-Eye left to give the families some privacy, and the ward became a much livelier place once the initial fretting courtesy of Kaminari's parents subsided. After his father joked to Akatani that his first date with his wife didn't involve fighting villains and rescuing a child, the ice was broken. More jokes, some at the expense of Akatani, and conversation filled the ward as the adults got to know one another and Kaminari climbed onto his date's bed to acquaint himself better with Eri. Half an hour later, a doctor came in, and after conducting an assessment on both Akatani and Kaminari, she deemed them fit to be discharged. Nizu returned not long after with news that Inko was to maintain temporary custody of Eri until it was definitively proven that she had no kin to take her in. As the young girl had no other clothes than the dirty nightdress she was found in, the hospital allowed Eri to continue wearing her hospital gown and slippers until Inko could buy her some fresh clothes. A bit of paperwork and administrative stuff later, and the two families were ready to depart. Kaminari had to use the bathroom, so everyone waited in the hospital atrium for the blonde to return. It was then that an interesting development bloomed for Akatani. As he waited for his date, the purple-haired teen spotted Tsukachi talking to someone on the phone at a quiet corner not far from the group. I sense something interesting with the good detective. What is it? A small detail that could go many directions. Curiosity piqued, Akatani cast a glance towards his mother who was preoccupied chatting with Kaminari's parents, and Eri too busy listening in. Silently, he slipped away from the group and as inconspicuous as possible sneaked over towards Tsukachi. Hiding behind a curved pillar, Akatani strained his ears to pick up the conversation spoken. Yes, we need to conduct the raid as soon as possible. We can't afford to give them time to reorganize and possibly destroy the drag. The raid. They're planning on raiding the Shai Hasaikai's location. I'd say we do it tonight. Are we able to put together enough pro-heroes and personnel before then? A few moments of silence. I see. All right, I understand. Tsukachi hung up and Akatani stiffened, hoping that the detective wouldn't come in his direction. Luckily, Tsukachi went in the opposite direction, completely none the wiser that he had been eavesdropped on. Akatani released the breath he had been holding in. So what are you going to do about this? Akatani spotted Kaminari emerging from the bathroom. I'll think it over for a while. The voice said no more after that. Akatani quickly rejoined the group, again no one any wiser that he had split off in the first place. The two families went their separate ways after bidding each other farewell, Kaminari promising to call Akatani later that evening. Everything seemed perfectly normal, everyone except Akatani none the wiser about the shift in the flow of fate that was to come. Akatani didn't have the time to think about the upcoming raid until he got home with his mother and Eri a few hours later with bags of clothing in hand. Eri was still a little apprehensive with the new environment and stuck to Akatani's side like glue. To ease her worries, Akatani turned on the TV and such to kids' programming to keep the girl engrossed. It worked, and while Eri was entranced by the current program, it left Akatani a few moments to delve into his thoughts. If the raid happens tonight, how do I get to the hideout before the police and heroes get there? Well, you could always travel through electrical systems. How do I do that? I'll teach you when we have more privacy. The cosmic force within him went silent, just as Eri asked him a question about what was currently on the screen. Akatani was more than happy to oblige, leading to a deep conversation about mascots that was eventually interrupted by Inko calling everyone to dinner. It really spoke to how badly Eri had been treated by the shy Hasaikai when she immediately burst into tears of happiness upon taking her first bite of katsudon. After many hugs and a full stomach later, Eri returned to the TV to continue feeding her growing enjoyment of kids' programs, this time with Inko by her side. This allowed Akatani some privacy to take the call from Kaminari and to seek an answer with the cosmic force. So how do I travel through electrical systems? You'll first need a power outlet. He crouched down under his desk and unplugged his table lamp socket from the outlet. With the SW-son, place 3 fingers against the holes. Akatani did as instructed, feeling the slight tingle of electricity against his fingertips. Now self-destruct into electricity. He took a moment to remember how to self-destruct, thinking back to his match against Shinso during the sports festival. Closing his eyes, he reached down into his core and pulled. What followed was a surreal experience. First, he felt his body explode into electricity. Then, he was SCKD into the outlet like dust against a vacuum cleaner. That was followed by a split second of being pulled through something akin to a tunnel before he was spat out, the electricity reforming into his body as he hit the floor. Oh. Akatani picked himself up. Glancing about, he realized he was in his mother's bedroom. That was... I understand. It's bound to be an unfamiliar feeling. I do have a question though. How am I able to navigate where I'm going? I had no idea I was going to end up in my mother's room. I will be your eyes, Mikumo. I will guide you. Over time you will become accustomed to electric travel. Your own sight will grow and you will no longer need my guidance. Thank you. There is no need to thank me. I am merely your companion on the journey of your life. At that moment, Inko called for him from the living room. The force inside him went silent, and Akatani hurried outside to attend to whatever his mother needed him to do. Akatani shifted in his bed, waiting for the right moment to quietly leave his room to intercept the planned raid. No one was to know that he was infiltrating the hideout of one of the most notorious Yakuza groups in the country, especially Eri, who was curled up next to him in his bed. The young girl had been absolutely terrified of sleeping by herself, courtesy of her years under Overhaul's torture. Between Inko and Akatani, she trusted the latter more, so she stayed by his side even when the lights went out. Akatani loathed to leave Eri alone, especially if she woke up and found that he was gone. But if he wanted to intercept the raid, for what reason again? He would have to risk it. Just as he was about to slip out of bed though, Eri stirred. Miku. Where are you going? I'm just going to the bathroom, Eri. I'll be right back. Promise. I promise, Eri. Just go back to sleep. Okay. Akatani waited for the young girl to drift off again, humming a lullaby whilst gently stroking her hair. When her breath evened out, he made his move. Quietly slipping off the bed, Akatani snuck out of the room into the common bathroom. Inside, he put on all black clothing and shoes, and grabbed a black backpack stashed in the bathtub. Slipping out, he tiptoed his way into the living room, heading towards an empty outlet by the dining table. Are you ready, Mikumo? As ready as I'll ever be. Kneeling down in front of the outlet, Akatani flipped the SWH and placed 3 fingers against the holes. He pulled on his core and disappeared in a flash of jade green light, no one any the wiser that he was gone. The journey to the Shy Hasaikai's hideout was far from smooth. Akatani had to re-emerge in random buildings on multiple occasions to shake off the unfamiliar feeling of traveling through electrical wires that had grown to the point of nauseating. He thanked his lucky stars that the force directed him to outlets that were in blind spots from closed-circuit cameras for him to get out and recalibrate. It took only 10 minutes for Akatani to reach the hideout from his home, but it was an experience he did not appreciate. Reappearing in a flash of jade green behind an unremarkable shop in an alleyway, Akatani crept out towards the main road. Across the road stood a traditional gate in front of what appeared to be regular office buildings and warehouses. So this is the hideout. Akatani glanced about the area. There were no heroes or police personnel around yet, which meant that he still had time before they arrived and raided the hideout. Gotta make this quick? He turned back towards the shop, then paused. I had planned to infiltrate the hideout, but for what? There is something valuable within the hideout that could serve you well in the future, Mikumo. And what is that? It was the reason why you saved Eri. It didn't take long for Akatani to figure out what the force was implying. Why would I want to steal an illegal Quirk erasing drag? That decision is yours to make, Mikumo. I am merely stating a fact. Akatani stood silent in the blind spot, considering his choices. Eventually, he came to a decision. Can you show me where it's hidden? I will. Akatani hurried back towards the outlet behind the shop and disappeared back into the wiring. Following the force's guidance, he zigzagged his way through the hideout's electrical circuits until he emerged in a darkened room that appeared to be an office a few minutes later. Taking several moments to stabilize his stomach, he fished out a flashlight from his bag and turned it on. Spending a few minutes looking around, his flashlight beam landed on a safe sitting on a table. Looks like it's an electronic safe. Even though he didn't know the PIN code, Akatani knew of a surefire way to open the safe. Pressing a finger against the metal screen, he released a powerful jolt of electricity. There was a mechanic whirring noise as the circuits within the safe malfunctioned from the electric overload. And with a click, the safe door opened. Akatani reached inside the safe and pulled out 2 cases. Setting them down on the table, he lifted the lids to check the contents. The first case had 5 red cartridges with what appeared to be the ends of hypodermic needles at one end. The second had 5 blue cartridges that also had hypodermic needles attached to the ends. If I have to guess, the red cartridges contain the Quirk-destroying drag. But what about the blue cartridges? Some kind of antidote. His thoughts, however, were interrupted by the force's return. Mikumo, you have to destroy your footprints? What? Look behind you. Akatani spun around. At the far corner of the office was a small circle of red lights against something reflective. I forgot about the cameras. You have what you came to seek. You must make haste and destroy the evidence before they discover you. Akatani did not hesitate. Closing the cases and slipping them into his bag, Akatani rushed towards the camera and released a powerful, continuous electric bolt at the device. Now, the instinct would be to simply destroy the camera, but Akatani knew by now that someone in the hideout would have already spotted him through the camera feed. So the bolt released at the camera carried more wattage than necessary for a specific purpose. The camera shattered from the electric overload, while the rest of the charge surged through the entire closed-circuit system throughout the hideout, forcing the circuit breakers into action and cutting off power to the entire compound. However, even the circuit breakers were not enough to stop the electricity from overloading the entire electrical system, causing appliances throughout the hideout to explode and combust into fires of epic proportions. Alarms went off, and the overhead sprinklers immediately switched on. In normal circumstances, this should have extinguished the fires before they caused too much damage. However, one should note that ever since the connection between Akatani and the force within him was opened, his electricity had taken on factors on a more otherworldly scale. The power within the electricity caused the fires to burn with such unfathomable intensity that not even the sprinklers were enough to extinguish the growing conflagration. Throughout the compound, the surviving members of the Shai Hasaikai, from low-level thugs to the higher-ups known as the 8 Bullets, found themselves unable to escape as the fires encircled around them in a blazing death trap. As it was, several fires had also broken out in the office Akatani was in too. Sheet, I need to get out of here. Realizing that he couldn't escape through the electrical wiring since he pretty much destroyed the entire system in the compound, The only option left for him was to brave the fires that were burning all around him. But there was one problem. Can my shield protect me from the fires? The power within you will save you, Mikumo. The force went silent after that. I'll have to risk this, there is no other way. Stretching out a hand, Akatani released a field of electricity that completely encased him in a hemisphere. Rushing for the door, he kicked it down and ran down the hallway, hoping he could find the stairs that led to the ground floor. Turning around a corner, he discovered the hallway was engulfed in flames. I hope this works. Bracing himself, Akatani raced through the burning hallway. To his relief, the fires were deflected by the shield, albeit the electricity did warm up considerably as he passed. No matter, as long as he wasn't going to get burnt, he could withstand a little heat. Then came another problem. Who the F are you? Someone was blocking his path. From his appearance, the man was a low-level thug. On instinct, Akatani released a powerful bolt of electricity through the shield at the man. The electricity hit, and the man fell to the floor, convulsing as he underwent a painful cardiac arrest by electrocution. Akatani was long gone by the time the man's dead body stilled, becoming fuel for the approaching fire. This would happen at least 5 more times before Akatani finally found a flight of stairs, leaving behind the corpses of the thugs and one of the higher-ups. To burn, he ran through the stairs until he emerged on the ground floor. Arriving at what appeared to be an unassuming front office or reception area which was also on fire, Akatani made a beeline for the doors, where he could hear sirens wailing and shouting echoing from across the courtyard behind the traditional gate. I must not be seen. Akatani pushed the doors open and ran through the trees in the courtyard, ending at a wall on the west side of the compound. There didn't appear to be anyone behind the wall, so making sure he wasn't being seen, Akatani flew to the top of the wall, cancelled his electric flight, and leapt down to the pavement on the other side. Keeping to dark spots, Akatani zigzagged through alleyways until he arrived at the same shop where he had used the power outlet to infiltrate the hideout. Peering around the corner, he watched as a sizable crowd began to form, watching the fire department and pro heroes battling the conflagration that lit up the night sky with bright oranges, yellows, and reds. Amidst the confusion, a squadron of police cruisers pulled in with their own sirens wailing. Akatani's eyes shifted to one particular police cruiser. The doors opened, and out stepped Detective Tsukachi, who stared at the burning compound in disbelief. The teen ducked back into the alley. Time to go. Heading towards the same power outlet behind the shop, Akatani pulled on his core and disappeared in a flash of jade green, leaving behind an out-of-control inferno as he raced through the electrical wiring back to Mizudafu. 10 minutes later, he re-emerged back in his apartment, again no one any the wiser. Slipping into the bathroom, Akatani took off his clothes and took a quick shower to wash the soot and smoke off of his body. Throwing the black clothes into the wash hamper, he put his sleepwear back on, and slipped back into his bedroom as quietly as possible. Setting his bag down in a corner, he was about to climb back onto his bed when Eri, who had been sleeping peacefully, stirred again. Mikumo. Sorry, did I wake you up, Eri? Where are you going? Nowhere, Eri, Akatani reassured, climbing back onto the bed. I just went out to grab a drink of water. I see. Don't worry about it, Eri. Just go back to sleep. The young girl said no more, closing her eyes and drifting off again. It didn't take long for Akatani to fall asleep himself, exhausted from his escapades that had left several dozen dead or wounded, astronomical property damaged, and a mystified detective with more questions than answers. The weekend after the infiltration was a busy one for Akatani. Saturday was initially going to be a day out for him, Inko, and Eri. But at the last minute, he received a phone call from Nizu. Principal Nizu. Mikumo. I hope I'm not calling at a bad time. Well, I am about to leave the house to spend the day out with my mom and Eri. What is it that you want to talk about? I saw what happened to the Shai Hasaikai hideout last night on the news. Am I wrong to guess that you had a part to play in that massive conflagration? Akatani glanced back. His mother was talking to Eri on the other side of the living room. From the looks of things, they didn't appear to hear his conversation with the mammal. And if I had, he spoke a bit more quietly for good measure. I would like to talk with you about what you had hoped to achieve from your latest act of chaos. Nothing judgmental, just to understand your intentions. Of course, when would it be a good time? I was hoping I can talk to you now, hopefully. I understand that you are about to leave to spend time with your family, but I promise that I won't take too long. Akatani glanced back at Inko. I'll speak to my mom for a moment, but what do I say to her? Tell her that as a class representative, we need to discuss the integration of Shinso Hitoshi into your class this coming Monday. Alright, please hold on. Take as long as you need. Akatani approached his mother. Mom, I'm so sorry, but something cropped up. What is it, Mikumo? Principal Nizu wants to speak with me regarding the integration of a new student to my class. He hopes that we can settle the logistics before he arrives this coming Monday. Oh, what a pity, Inko sighed in disappointment. Does that mean that you won't be joining us, Mikumo? Eri asked, a little teary-eyed. Hopefully it shouldn't take too long, Akatani tried to sound reassuring. How about this? I'm still on the phone with Principal Nizu. If I can keep it to an hour or so, I can join you guys for lunch and we can spend the afternoon at the shopping arcade as planned. Let's hope he is willing to accommodate, said Inko. Akatani returned to the call. Principal Nizu, can we keep the meeting to about an hour at most? That can be done, Mikumo. Great, I'll see you soon. See you then. Akatani hung up. Come, Mikumo, I'll send you down, said Inko. Mikumo, I'm glad that we get to meet on such short notice. Akatani nodded, taking a seat across the mammal. So to start off, I want your reassurance that you won't think I have lost my marbles until I finish my explanation. I'll keep an open mind. Okay, so when I lost consciousness following our murder of Overhaul and his goons, I woke up in a void. Suddenly, this celestial being appears before me and says they are the power my body is the vessel of. Before you ask, they are not a quirk, rather a cosmic force that came to Earth just when the Great Quirk Wars were being fought. The power has found humans before me who are destined to change the world. Nizu nodded, not saying anything. After Denki and I saved Eri from the Shai Hasaikai, the power has been a guiding force of sorts. They led me to overhear Detective Tsukachi's call about organizing the raid against the Yakuza group, and it was their suggestion that I infiltrate the hideout. And what was the reason for the infiltration? Asked the principal. Akatani opened his backpack and pulled out the 2 cases he'd stolen from the hideout. He opened the cases and placed them on the table to let Nizu see. What are these? The red cartridges are the Quirk erasing drag that the Shai Hasaikai was developing using Ares BLD. The blue ones are what I believe are the antidote. Nizu was silent for a moment, before sitting back, paws steeped together in thought. You do realize, Mikumo, that what you possess could have you sent to Tartarus if found out? I know, Akatani nodded. And what do you plan to do with them? To be honest, I'm not entirely sure, the teen replied truthfully. All the cosmic power told me was that the drag could serve me well in the future. What that means I don't have the slightest clue. However, I won't be letting these cartridges out of my possession. Nizu nodded after a moment. Tell me, Mikumo, where do you intend to keep the cases? I'm hoping that you will be willing to hold on to them for me temporarily, Akatani said. While I cannot say for Yui as a whole, your office is probably the most secure place in the entire campus to hide a dangerous drag. As I said, it's only temporary until I find a purpose to use them. Nizu appeared deep in thought. Very well, Mikumo. I will hold onto the cases on your behalf for a time. I do expect you to come up with a use for them, sooner or later, though. I trust the force within me, Akatani replied. I'm sure they'll guide me through this. The principal nodded. Very well, Mikumo. Is there anything else that you want to talk about with me? There is, actually. Do you know what happened to Ingenium? Nizu's expression took on a grave cast. Yes, I did hear about what happened to poor Tensei. Such a promising hero, his career cut short by a madman bent on a twisted ideology. I had a call with his family last night just before I watched the news of the conflagration. They are still reeling from the incident. How is Ida? Asked Akatani. I only spoke to the mother, Nizu replied, but understandably, the entire family is not doing too good. That's where I am concerned for Ida. Akatani leaned back into the sofa. The hero killer has hit far too close to home for him. I fear that he may do something absolutely stupid in his grief and anger. I understand your worries, Mikumo, Nizu nodded, and I trust that you will be keeping a close eye on young Tenya. You can bet my left butt cheek that I will, the teen said resolutely. As it was, Akatani tried to keep Ida at the back of his mind as he attempted to have fun during the outing with Eri and his mother. They had a nice lunch at a restaurant, before doing a spot of shopping. The trio returned home in good spirits and ready to call it a day with a home-cooked meal. Sunday came with considerable fanfare. Despite it being the traditional off day for most Child Protection Services employees, Inko was called down to the local Muzutafu branch to be declared Eri's legal guardian with the right to adoption if she so chooses. Understandably, Eri broke down in happy tears when Inko returned home with the news, and the trio went out for a celebratory dinner with Kaminari and his parents after Akatani shared the good news with his boyfriend. Akatani also kept Nizu up to speed with Eri's custody. It was through the principal's advice that it was decided that Eri would follow Akatani and Kaminari to school every day, primarily for her safety. Nizu offered to look after the girl while the two teens were at lessons, something which Akatani was all for without any hesitation. Then came Monday. You ready for your first day of school, Eri? Why yeah, Inko smiled and hugged her ward. Eri, don't be nervous. You are in good hands while you are a Yui. Mikumo and Denki will bring you to Principal Nizu's office. I'm sure you remember Nizu, right? He'll take care of you while Mikumo and Denki are in their classes. You can even join them for lunch. How does that sound? Eri gave a wobbly smile. That does sound good. The matriarch beamed. Wonderful, then look forward to it. She got up and turned to her son. Keep her safe, Mikumo. I will, swear on my life. Alright, take care. See you, Mum. Bye. With that, Akatani and Eri left the apartment for the train station. It was raining when they departed, so Eri put on a raincoat while Akatani opened his umbrella. The ride to Yui Station was unremarkable. Joining the rush hour crowd as they alighted, the pair rode the escalators up to the concourse where they paused to pick someone up. Denki. Kaminari looked up from his phone and beamed. Mikumo. Eri-chan. Akatani pulled the electric blonde into a one-armed hug and kissed his cheek. Were you waiting long? Nope, Kaminari replied, only waited about 5 minutes or so. Ready to go. Akatani grunted and took the blonde's hand into his own. Hand in hand, the pair shared Akatani's umbrella while Eri walked alongside holding his free hand. The short walk to the gates was uneventful, but when the trio reached the lockers, things took a somewhat darker turn. Mikumo, it's Ida. True enough, the youngest son of the Ida family had just arrived, wearing a green raincoat and boots. Though his face was obscured by the hood, Akatani didn't have to guess that he was still troubled by what happened to his older brother. Doing his duty as vice-class president, Akatani approached Ida. Ida-san, good morning. Good morning, Akatani, Ida replied as he kept away his boots. Ida-san, I heard about what happened to your brother. If there is anything I can help with, please let me dash, Akatani. You don't have to worry, Ida interjected, unbuttoning his raincoat. We're dealing with it the best that we can. I know that you're just doing your job as class representative, but I promise you that we'll get through this somehow. Thank you for your concern. The robot-like student smiled, but Akatani could easily tell that it was forced. Ida's smile, however, turned into a look of surprised confusion when he laid eyes on Eri. Who's this? This is Eri, Akatani introduced. She was rescued from a villain over the weekend. She's currently under my family's legal custody. We're moving along the adoption process over the coming week. I see. Ida boomed, unwittingly startling the young girl. He bowed deeply. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance, fine. It's nice to meet you too. Ida, tone it down, will you? Kaminari said. Eri-chan's not used to loud noises. My apologies. I promise to keep my voice volume down in Eri-chan's presence. Akatani's sweat dropped. While it was still loud, at least Eri wasn't flinching this time around. Anyway, homeroom starts in 5 minutes. We should be making our way to class right away. Don't wait up, Ida-san, Akatani replied. We need to bring Eri to Principal Nizu's office first. Let Aizawa-sensei know, could you? You can count on me, Akatani. With that, Ida took off towards the classroom. If I hadn't known that Ida is putting up a front, I'd think that he was his normal self, Kaminari remarked. That's why I'm keeping an eye on him for now, Akatani replied. Come on, Eri, let's go to Principal Nizu's office. After seeing Eri off with Principal Nizu, Akatani and Kaminari headed to class, hand in hand. Along the way, they met Aizawa, now bandage-free, much to the pair's relief. When they reached the 1A classroom, they encountered Shinso, who just managed to find the right classroom after getting lost. Aizawa told the lilac-haired brainwasher to wait outside until he was called in. Kaminari flashed a thumbs up before hurrying inside. Good morning, class. Good morning, Aizawa-sensei. As Yui pressed a finger to her lips, your bandages are off, Karo. I'm so glad. Yes, the old woman went overboard with her treatment, Aizawa sighed. Anyway, before we start, there's a couple of announcements I have to get through. Yayarozu raised her hand. Aizawa-sensei, where's my Netta? I was getting to that, said the eternally tired underground hero. First off, you can expect to never see my Netta again anywhere in Yui from now on. He has been expelled. There was a great whoop of cheers from the students, especially the girls. As such, we have a new student who will take the Rat Beach's place, Aizawa continued, before turning to the open doorway. You can come in now. Shinso nervously stepped into the room. Ojiro started at this, immediately frowning at the teen who took advantage of him during the sports festival. However, that quickly became surprise when Shinso approached him and bowed deeply. Ojiro-kun, I hope that you can accept my humblest apologies for brainwashing you without your consent. It was wrong of me to do so, and I hope that you can forgive me, so that there will be no animosity as we become classmates for the rest of our 3 years here. The tailed student blinked, unsure of how to take the unexpected apology. Akatani quickly came over. Shinso-kun is being genuine, Ojiro-kun. He has learnt his lesson, and I hope that you can let things go and start afresh with him. Ojiro considered his vice class president's words, before nodding. All right, I forgive you, Shinso. Thank you very much. I promise to never take advantage of you or anyone else in the future. Akatani allowed a slight upturn of his lips, before guiding Shinso to the empty seat that was once occupied by the Rat Beach. Now that that is out of the way, I have an important announcement to make, Aizawa drawled. Today, we will be having a special hero informatics class. The entire class, sans a pair, froze. Several students feared that there was a pop quiz to come, and fretted about their shortcomings in their respective areas of study. Akatani and Kaminari, on the other hand, had no such worries. Aizawa had already filled them in on what homeroom today was going to entail, and it wasn't a pop quiz. We'll be coming up with your hero names. Everyone, except for Akatani and Kaminari, burst into wild cheers. Aizawa glared at the class. Quirk activated, and everyone went quiet immediately. As I was saying, this is related to the draft picks I mentioned before the sports festival. While in previous years, these draft picks usually only take place in your second and third years, this time round, in response to the USJ incident, Yui will be opening hero internships to first years too. Not only are we showing that our newest batch of students are work-ready, but it also shows that the industry thinks you are worthy. I don't think I need to remind you that your performance during these internships could make or break your career as a pro hero before you've even graduated from Yui. It went unspoken, but the entire class got the message. Now, these are the number of offers for each student of 1A. Aizawa produced a remote and pressed a button. On the blackboard, a holographic screen appeared with a horizontal bar chart. The names of each student were displayed next to each bar. Akatani blinked. His name was right at the top of the chart, with over 7,500 offers from pro heroes around the country. Next was Todoroki with just over 4,000 offers, followed by Bakugo, who had just under 3,000 offers. From there, the rest of the students each had a couple hundred offers to their names. Kaminari breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that he had about 200 offers. For a brief moment, he thought that he wouldn't be getting any given his performance during the sports festival. And while he did feel a smidgen of envy that Akatani had way more offers than he did, Kaminari quickly pushed that thought away. His date had won the sports festival, it was only natural that he would get more offers than he did. As it was, there was one member of their class who wasn't on the list. Shinso does not have any offers because he has only officially joined the heroics course as of today, said Aizawa. However, that does not mean that he will be slacking off while you lot are gone. He will be interning with me, and I will put him through the ringer to get him up to par with the rest of you. Am I clear, Shinso? Yes, Aizawa-sensei. Good. Going back to hero names, while it may be temporary, you will still be presenting yourself as prospective heroes. This is a serious matter. The door suddenly slammed open. Because there will be hell to pay should you regret it. Everyone looked up as Midnight sashayed into the room in such a SNSL manner that it made Akatani slightly nauseous. How Yui hasn't come under SXL harassment lawsuits, the purple-haired teen had no idea. A lot of hero names used by students will be recognized by the public and, more often than not, will become the student's actual hero alias when they go pro. Aizawa sighed, that's how it is. Midnight will oversee the creation of your hero names. When you give yourself a name, you'll be in turn creating a concrete vision of what you will become. This is what the saying means, names and natures go hand in hand, like All Might. Akatani felt the urge to throw up his breakfast, so he took a sip of water to settle down the bile as Bakugu threw a set of 3 white bards onto his desk. Frowning a little, Akatani took one and smacked the explosive blonde's head with it, before passing the remaining 2 behind him to Kaminari and Yaoyorozu. Bakugu couldn't do anything without earning the teacher's ire. Now, I'm going to take a nap. Don't disturb me unless there's a villain attack, someone is injured or dying, or Bakugu has lost his marbles for the upteenth time. A name. A name. Akatani would spend 10 minutes writing, erasing and rewriting until he settled for a name. Just as he put his marker down, Midnight turned to the class. Alrighty children. Let's start presenting names for those who are ready. That got everyone's attention, some unexpectedly. A couple of students broke into nervous sweat, fearing the judgment of their chosen hero names by Midnight and their peers. Aoyama, the brave and flamboyant soul that he was, stood up and made his way to the lectern. Here's my name. The shining hero. I cannot stop twinkling. Akatani's sweat dropped. What a mouthful. Midnight shared the sentiment. That's too long. Why don't you remove the I and change the cannots to can't? Aoyama literally sparkled. Very well, mademoiselle, and returned to his seat. Akatani raised an eyebrow. That's acceptable. Ashido went next. I'm going with Alien Queen. Midnight visibly flinched. Are you trying to emulate that thing with acidic BLD? I wouldn't do that if I were you. You'd scare the innocent civilians. Ashido went back to her seat, disheartened. Karo, I'll go next. Ashui raised her hand. Come on up. Akatani leaned back. Psst, Denki. Have you come up with a name yet? Almost. Just getting the opener right. At the lectern, Ashui showed her whiteboard to the class. I've had this idea since elementary school, Karo. The rainy season heroine, Froppy. That's so cute. I love it. Midnight gushed. Now, who's next? Akatani and Kaminari shared a nod, before standing up together and heading for the lectern. Kaminari went first. I'm going with the taser hero, Charge Bolt. Right, tingly and cool. Absolutely fantastic. Beaming, Kaminari made way for Akatani. He showed his whiteboard to the class. The Jade Lightning hero, Reiku? That got a response from the class. Reiku. Hagakure tilted her invisible head. What's a Reiku? Ojiro wondered. Care to explain, Akatani-kun? Asked Midnight. During the sports festival, Yamada-sensei kept introducing me as the god of Jade Lightning during my matches. Kind of stuck, so I thought about godly figures and electricity. Then I remembered this pre-Quirk franchise called Pokemon. The franchise had the concept of legendary Pokemon, essentially gods and goddesses in the world. There was an electric-type legendary called Reiku, and I thought that I should adopt it as my hero name. The R18 heroine rubbed her chin. While many people are not likely to recognize the significance behind your name, it does have a cool vibe to it. Very well, I accept it. Totally manly. Kirishima shouted from his desk. Akatani nodded in acknowledgement. Together with Kaminari, they returned to their seats. From there, everyone came up to present their names. There were a number of creative ones, such as Uraraka's Defying Gravity heroine, Uravity, and Shinsu's puppet MSTR hero, Mindjack. A few more generic ones, such as Ishido's second choice, Pinkin, and Ojiro's martial arts hero, Tailman, and some unique ones, like Tokoyami's jet black hero, Tsukuyomi. Todoroki went with his given name, which when asked for an explanation, revealed that this was what he wanted people to know him as, rather than someone clouded by Endeavor's legacy. Akatani understood Todoroki's logic, and gave the bicolor-haired teen a nod as he returned to his seat. Then, there was a stupid one. King Explosion Murder. Bakugo growled to the class. Dead silence. Bakubro. Seriously. Shut the F up, shitty hair, the explosive blonde screamed. It's effing perfect. Akatani rolled his eyes. A 5-year-old can come up with a better name. Oh hi. Kaminari stage whispered. I agree with Akatani-kun. Midnight shook her head. Not only does it sound bad structurally, people would think that you are a villain planning on mass genocide. Ah. The F, did you say you dash? Bakugo suddenly found himself being ensnared by Aizawa's capture weapon. Detention after school, Bakugo. Now sit down and come up with a better name. The explosive blonde was thrown unceremoniously away from the lectern. Growling and with palms smoking, Bakugo stomped back to his seat. Then, it was Ida's turn. When he presented his whiteboard, a dark cloud settled over the entire room. Ingenia Midakuen, Midnight muttered. It is the least I can do, the robotic student declared, a bit shakily. As you all would have probably heard by now, my older brother is unable to continue hero work. Stain's attack robbed him of his legs. Because of Stain, the name Ingenium was almost lost. But I refuse to let that BSTRD inflict any more damage. I will carry on the Ingenium name, to show that Bisri that my family will not be cowed by his bloodthirsty, murderous crusade. It did nothing to alleviate the heaviness in the air. Midnight eventually spoke. If it helps, I can accept that. Akatani watched Ida return to his seat, paying no attention to Bakugo's failed second attempt at a hero name. If Ida's facade was cracking before, it was barely standing now. Despite the robotic student's attempts at hiding it, Akatani could see the longing for vengeance bubbling away as plain as day. He clenched his fist. He wasn't going to let Ida out of his sight. Even if he had to sacrifice his internship to keep his wayward classmate on radar, he would not let things go. A good hero was permanently incapacitated by a madman whom the pros still haven't caught. The latest victim in a long trail of BLD Ida was essentially a dead man walking if he continued this mindset for revenge. Speaking of internships, Aizawa had woken up and was addressing the class. Now that most of you have chosen your hero names, we can get back to talking about your internships. They will run for 1 week, and as to where they will be held, it depends on which offer you decide to take up. Everyone except for Shinso will be given a ring binder containing all the offers that are available to you. Think carefully of which offer you accept. Each pro-hero and agency specializes in different areas. You can either have a fruitful experience or a complete waste of time. That is all from us. When I call your name, come up and receive your binder. The bell rang shortly after that. Oh my god. She's so cute. Eri gave a wobbly smile, inching away from the pink-skinned girl getting a bit too close for comfort. Ashido-san, please step back. You're making Eri-chan uncomfortable, Yayorozu admonished. It was lunch hour. The quartet of Akatani, Kaminari, Jairu and Yayorozu had gone as a group to Principal Nise's office to pick up Eri for the afternoon meal. The four acted as a guard wall around the little girl to shield her from the stares of other Yui students along the corridor and in the cafeteria. Though, once they were seated, they couldn't stop their curious classmates from coming over. Sorry. Ashido moved back. I'm Mina, and I'm Mikumo's classmate. Since when did I allow you to use my first name? Akatani muttered in between a bite of his katsudon, but went unheard. My name's Toru. Hagakure said from the side. Call me Tsu, Karo? It's nice to meet you all. Eri waved back. Tokoyami turned to Kaminari, so she was rescued from a notorious villain. That's right, the electric blonde nodded, concealing the true reason why Eri was under his boyfriend's care. Mikumo's mother just saw her and claimed her right on the spot. What a mad banquet of darkness, the bird-headed student remarked. At least the innocent soul was saved before the damage became irreparable. Yeah, Ashido, Hagakure and Azui hung around for a little longer, before eventually dispersing back to their own tables. Shinso decided then to pick up the conversation. Where are you guys planning on interning? I was given an offer by Hawks, Tokoyami replied. The number 3 hero. Kaminari blinked. That's so cool. It might have been, if it weren't for the possibility that Hawks only sent me an offer because I have the head of a bird. Oh, Kaminari's sweat dropped. Still, I might learn something useful from him. He's not number 3 for nothing. What about you girls? Shinso asked. Still haven't decided yet, Jairu replied. Well, I was sent an offer by Iwabami, Yayarosa said, only to be interrupted by Akatani. Oh no, the purple-haired teen stood up. I strongly suggest that you reconsider. But why? Iwabami can hardly be counted as a pro-heroine, Yayarosa-san, Akatani explained. You're more likely to see her on TV promoting her latest product line or on runway shows rather than on the streets patrolling against villainy. If you choose to intern with her, my biggest guess is that she is going to use you in some commercial rather than teach you anything meaningful. You're going to end up wasting a full week. Well, in that case, I better continue searching. Also, if you happen to chance upon anyone else considering Iwabami's offer, do them a favor and ask them to reconsider, Akatani added before sitting back down. Surprisingly into this, Akatani, Jairu remarked. Look, if there is one singular thing that I can agree with that BSTRD stain, is that some people are not worthy to be heroes. They saturate an industry that is already difficult to get into, depriving other pure-hearted and dedicated prospects the chance to do good in a world that is completely effed up. While that is really deep and insightful, Akatani, Tokoyami spoke up after a moment, I must remind you that you are in the presence of a young child. And right on cue, Eri asked, what is effed up? Akatani slammed his head onto the table. Sheet, mom's gonna kill me. What's sheet? The rest of the lunch hour was spent trying to teach Eri that those were bad words and were not meant to be repeated in polite company. So which agency are you planning on choosing? Kaminari asked. Probably the best one available in Hosu City, Akatani replied, leaning back into the pillow. The pair was ensconced in the purple-haired teen's bedroom, spending the afternoon chilling together in each other's company. I did some research. Stain attacked Ingenium in Hosu City, so by all accounts, Ida-san will also choose an internship in Hosu too. Stain often moves between city districts after each attack, but he normally doesn't do so for at least 2 weeks. With a bit of luck, I will be able to catch Ida-san before he does anything stupid. Kaminari cuddled into his boyfriend's chest. Are you actually going to go after Stain, though? Hopefully not, Akatani replied, but if the situation calls for it, I just might. The electric quirk blonde hummed. Mikumo. I know that you took on Shigaraki and the Numa back at the USJ, and ultimately came out of it on top. But Stain. He's on a level that I think surpasses the League of Villains. You know how the pros and law enforcement have never been able to catch him. I care for you too much to see you get maimed or even killed by him. Akatani immediately wrapped his arms around his boyfriend in a tight embrace. Pressing kisses all over Kaminari's face, he whispered, I know. But if I were to keep an eye on Ida-san, the possibility of encountering Stain is extremely high. Either way, I will have to fight the BSRD. But I promise that I will keep myself safe. I will not go looking for trouble. My main priority is to beat some sense into Ida-san. But if Stain attacks me, I will fight back without hesitation. His boyfriend's reassurances helped settle Kaminari's nerves a bit. The pair remained silent for several moments, enjoying each other's presence. Say, Denki, have you decided on your internship place? About that, actually, the blonde straightened up. I received an offer from a pro-heroine called Miruko. Akatani's eyes went comically wide in an uncharacteristic show of emotion. Mikumo. Denki, you are so F-I-N-G. Kaminari was stunned. What do you mean? For the first time in a long while, a tiny piece of Midoriya Izuku came into Akatani. Miruko, civilian name Usajiyama Rumi and hero alias the Rabbit Heroine. She is the number 5 pro hero in the country, and she almost never, ever takes on interns. The very fact that she sent you an internship offer shows just how rare this opportunity is being presented to you on a silver platter. God knows how many rookie hero wannabes have sent her requests pleading her to take them on as interns or sidekicks. And despite that, she turns down every single one of them. She sees teaming up with other heroes as cowardly. This is so completely unlike her. Either she has had a change of heart, or she sees so much potential within you that she decided to throw away years of tradition just like that. Denki, please consider her offer very carefully. This is an opportunity that almost never comes again once it's gone. The electric Quirk blonde was visibly stupefied. Never had he seen his boyfriend devolve into such passion before, but also equally important, he had no idea that such a high-ranking hero had actually sent him an internship offer. Akatani was right. This was an opportunity that he simply could not refuse. Also, Miruko is a MSTR at physical combat. While her quirk doesn't give her flashy powers, it gives her the strength to take down villains just by using her limbs. Denki, you have a potentially powerful, dare I say flashy quirk. Add that with terrifying physical prowess, you will be an unstoppable storm that villains big and small will cower before you. Alarm bells, the good ones, were ringing in Kaminari's head. He never denied the fact that he was occasionally envious of Akatani's power and strength. He had tried to forget it, but in the PRDS of commuting during their first date, people from all walks of life came up to his boyfriend and praised him for such a stellar performance during the sports festival. Each and every time that happened, Kaminari was ignored. It was as if he wasn't there, even though he was holding Akatani's hand. Kaminari would be lying to himself if this unintentional snubbing stung his heart each and every time. But given what happened during that first date, the hurt was quickly put into the back of his mind. Now, though, he had the chance to catch up to his boyfriend. "I'd know which offer I will take." Akatani nodded, hugging his boyfriend tighter. Choices of agency were submitted to Aizawa, and 1 week later, Class 1A Sans Shinso were gathered at Yui Station, carrying their allocated briefcases containing their hero outfits. The time had come for them to head off for their 1-week internships, and Aizawa was briefing them on what was expected of them during their time away. You're not allowed to wear your hero outfits unless given permission by your interning agencies. And always be mindful of your manners, behaviors, and actions. You are representing Yui, so make sure you do not do anything stupid that would dishonor the school's name. Akatani glanced at Ida at this. Other than that, I have nothing else to say. Off you go. Yes, Aizawa-sensei. The class split off, talking to one another excitedly about the week ahead. Akatani turned to Kaminari and hugged him. Stay safe, alright. I'll text and call you when I can. You especially, Mikumo. Akatani tightened the hug and kissed his boyfriend. With a final nod, the couple separated and went off to their respective platforms to await their trains. Ida was already at the platform, his stoic expression struggling to hide the inner turmoil from his festering longing for revenge. Even though the bespectacled teen did his best to hide his true thoughts, it was clear as day to Akatani, who stood several meters away so as to not get noticed. He and Ida were off to different agencies within Hosu, but with a bit of luck, he could convince his supervisor to also be on the lookout for his wayward classmate. Speaking of his supervisor, wasn't she an interesting bunch? Doing research into the agency that he accepted, Akatani learnt that they had a whole locomotive vibe going on. The agency was called the Train Yard, and all of the heroes who worked there dressed as characters from a pre-Quirk era musical called Starlight Express. In essence, the heroes were portraying anthropomorphic trains and carriages, even going so far as to move about on roller skates to emulate the wheels of locomotives. Might as well that Hatsum gave him a pair of the multi-purpose skates that she had worn during the sports festival. And speaking of the pink-haired crazy inventor, Hatsum-san, Akatani asked with as much calmness as he could from just dodging an exploding piece of machinery. The day after he submitted his choice of internship agency to Aizawa, the purple-haired teen had made his way to the support labs in search of his former teammate during the cavalry battle. He was just approaching the doors when the cosmic voice within him suddenly manifested. Mikumo, get out of the way. Instincts kicking in, Akatani dove away from the doors, just as an explosion rocked the corridor. The doors burst open with a bang, and a flaming piece of scrap metal came sailing through the doorway, smashed through the window and disappeared from sight. Picking himself up, Akatani crept towards the doorway, checking for any other projectiles before allowing himself in. Hatsum-san. Are you inside? Amidst the whirring of machinery and equipment, a familiar pink-haired girl, covered in soot and grease, popped up from behind a workbench. Mr. 10 million points. Good to see ya. What brings you here to my humble abode? Ignoring the fact that Hatsum still wasn't addressing him by his name, Akatani made the point of his visit known. I will be going on my 1-week internship soon, and I need some gear. Sure. Hatsum leapt over the workbench right up into Akatani's face. What sort of babies do you need me to make? I have some blueprints that I'm hoping that you can complete by next week. I'm sure you heard about what happened to Ingenium. It was all over the news. Hatsum replied, a real tragedy. Maybe I can design some bionic legs or gear so that Ingenium can return to hero work. That's up to him to decide, Akatani replied, but that's beside the point. I need these gear because I will be tracking his younger brother's moves during the upcoming internship week. Wait, Engine Legs is going after the hero killers. From what I've been observing, it is very likely, Akatani confirmed grimly, in the very real chance that I encounter Stain, I will need top-rate support gear to ensure that the younger brother doesn't end up dead. And, as far as I know, you are the best inventor in the entire support course. Hatsum's chest puffed up with pride. You got that absolutely right. And by inventor's guarantee, I will get these babies up and running by week's end. Thank you, Hatsum-san, I really appreciate your hard work here. That was a week ago. Clutching a suitcase carrying all the gear that Hatsum made for him, Akatani watched stoically as Ida went off in a different direction towards another exit. Heading for his own exit, Akatani emerged into Hosu just as the sun was about to set. Walking the 10-block distance to his internship agency, the purple-haired teen arrived at a building that looked all the world like Grand Central Terminal in New York City. Behind the Beaux-Arts facade was a 5-story building that reminded Akatani of neoclassical architecture that looked worn with time, but nonetheless grand. It was a stark contrast to the modern buildings that made up the city, but judging from what he had read about the Trainyard agency, they didn't do things by halves. This is it. Let's see how this plays out. Akatani noticed right away that instead of steps leading towards the front doors, a series of ramps going up and down a platform running along the front of the building stood in place. Immediately reminded of the roller skating vibe going on inside the agency, Akatani opened his suitcase and pulled out a modified version of Hatsum's sports festival skates that were less clunky than the original prototypes. Taking off his shoes and putting on his skates, he rolled up the ramp to the front doors and let himself in. Just like the exterior facade, the main lobby of the train yard was modeled after the concourse of a major train station. There was some activity about, though not as busy as it would be in the Mighty or Endeavor agencies. Eyeing the reception desk nearby, Akatani skated over. The receptionist, having just put down the phone, looked up as he approached. Good morning, how may the train yard help you today? Hi, my name is Akatani Mikumo, and I'm from Yui High School, the teen replied. I'm here for my 1-week internship. Akatani Mikumo. Let me check first. The receptionist typed away at a computer. Yes, found you. Hold on for a moment. I'm going to call Ms. Electra to let her know that you've arrived. Sure. A few moments passed, and the receptionist put down the phone again. Akatani, Ms. Electra is on her way down. Thank you. At most a minute went, before all attention seemed to turn towards where the elevators were. Akatani raised an eyebrow. A tall woman dressed in what appeared to be a complex, silver monochrome suit of curved shoulder boxes, a chest box that had LED lights blinking in patterns, thigh and calf panels, and an extremely striking mohawk wig that easily gave her at least another head in height, made up of fiber optic cables that had blue and red lights at the ends, skated out with a distinct swagger in her movement. A few civilians had taken their phones out to snap pictures as the woman scanned the lobby. Her eyes met with Akatani's purple ones, and her attention sharpened. She skated over. So, you're Akatani Mikumo, champion of the Yui Sports Festival. That I am, and I presume that you are Ms. Electra. The one and only, The heroine weaved a gloved hand through her mohawk, her German accent somewhat noticeable. I was very surprised to hear that you have chosen the train yard as your place of internship. Surely the champion of the biggest sporting festival in the entirety of Japan would rather intern in an agency that has a more elevated standing than us. I have my reasons, Ms. Electra, which I will not divulge in public. Ooh, harboring secrets, aren't you? Electra smirked. No worry, I'm sure you'll tell me in your own time. She glanced down at the skates the teen wore. I have to say, those are some interesting wheels you have there. Certainly unconventional. An acquaintance of mine invented them, Akatani replied with a hint of pride. I'm sure you know Hatsum Mei, the second runner-up. These skates are a modified version of her original blueprint, which helped my team pass into the final round. Ah yes, I do remember her, extremely quirky and full of life. Electra chuckled. I must say that I was intrigued when I saw her roll about on stage. Perhaps I should give her a call for some quotations. She will be extremely delighted, Ms. Electra. And I'm sure she will be. Now then, we must get rolling, we have a schedule to keep up. Do couple on, Mikumo, and don't worry about your bags, the assistants will move them up to your room for the week. Electra turned around, revealed 2 metal rings attached to the belt at her waist. Akatani grabbed on, and the pro-heroine skated back towards the elevators with her intern in tow. A quick ride up, and the pair emerged into an expansive space that looked like a mix between a typical office and a stage. Along the walls were more elevators that served the upper floors. Akatani was quick to notice the people milling around the stage area, all dressed in the costumes he read about from the musical this agency took inspiration from. Everyone, Electra called out, grabbing everyone's attention, our newest locomotive has arrived. The space burst into loud applause. Electra and Akatani skated up to the stage, where a middle-aged black woman with graying hair tied up in a bun and dressed in a green costume that resembled overalls with an open boilerplate on the chest and a cold tender backpack skated towards them. Young one, it's a pleasure to have you in the train yard. My name's Mama, and if you have any difficulties or problems, please come to me. Mama is the head honcho of the agency, Electra further introduced. She may be getting on with age, but that is by far only a number. Many villains have fallen afoul of her blistering steam, but don't let that stop you from seeking her for guidance. She is literally the mother figure to all of us here in the train yard, and her age comes with great wisdom and experience. We wouldn't be who we are today without her. It's an honor to meet you, Mama, Akatani bowed. I will take you up on your offer. Other introductions followed. Mama's son, hero named Rusty, started the wheels rolling, followed by the carriages, Greaseball the diesel engine, the freight, Electra's support components, and the other pro-heroes and heroines who called themselves the national engines. Electra dear, why don't you bring Mikumo up to his room? He must be exhausted after a long day, Mama suggested. I will do that, the heroine nodded. Come on Mikumo, let's get you settled in for the day. The real work starts tomorrow, and you have to get your charge up for it. Lead the way, Ms. Electra.